Hello? Oh, there we go. I didn't realize my microphone wasn't connected again. It's alright. Happens. Don't mind the oof sound effects, that's normal. Since no one has typed in chat yet, I will. Because I want to show something. Will it show up? I have chat in the other camping chair, and I thought that was cute. Refresh chat. Will it show up? Show up. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I swear to God. Chat isn't working. Hold on. Fine. Did that is it working? It doesn't look like it's working. Oh no. Man. Why isn't chat working? Is it working on my other screens? No, it's not. What the hell? No. YouTube, you can't do this to me right now. Oh, for fuck's sake. Gotta be kidding me. Oh wait, there it goes. It's working. It's working. It's working. It's working. It just needed a minute. There it goes. Yeah, look at that. I got chat in the camping chair. Oh yeah. I was gonna have fire sounds. I forgot about that. I had all the other ambience set up except that one. I forgot. I guess I'll do that real quick. Sure. How does that sound? It's loading. Oh my god. God damn, it's taking forever. YouTube, it's not that deep. It's just fireplace sounds. There we go. Okay, well anyway. It's fine now. We're all good. So, hello everyone, if anyone is watching. Today, as you can tell, we are doing creepypasta readings. I grew up with creepypastas. I was one of those kids. I specifically remember drawing Tiki Toby in class in like 5th grade. And trying to make sure my teachers didn't see that, because I was drawing them all bloody. Very normal children thing to do, I guess. So, I have a bunch of stories prepared. I did have a request form out for a little while. Only one person replied, but that's fine. We're gonna make do. So, I will have plenty to read today. Alright, so we're gonna start with beef. This first one. Supermarket monster. Very peak literature right here. Wonderful, wonderfully written. Beautiful, if I do say so myself. Which will become very apparent. I still have a cough, by the way, so it's probably fine. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. It's fine. It adds to the funny. It's funnier this way. Oh man, am I laggy? Whatever, whatever. It's gonna be laggy, I guess. Alright. We are now reading the supermarket monster. Once, in a place far away, a very long time ago, there was an boy named Roger. He was tall, but a bit round. He lived in a big city where unusual things seemed to happen every day. For example, his uncle died. Anyway, Roger had lots of enemies in the city. All of the people he used to like were now his enemies because he changed. Hold on, the fire's a bit loud now. Okay. I hope I sound alright. Please tell me if I'm too quiet or something. Anyway, Roger has lots of enemies in the city. All the people he used to like were now his enemies because he changed. He used to be a really successful banker named Ron, but he decided to go another way and he is now a hobo named Roger. Because of this, his friends thought they didn't like him anymore, so they said, "You are an enemy now." And Roger was like, "Oh no, I have no friends but loads of enemies." Roger lives day to tomorrow by change he gets off strangers outside McDonald's, but sometimes period. When he gets enough money, he goes to the local shopping center called Teco. He can buy things when they are on sale, so he only buys things when they are on sale. Oh, I lost my spot. Yeah, because he doesn't have any much money. Sometimes he even gets enough change to buy chicken when it's on sale, and he goes into KFC and says, "Can you cook this for me?" And they do it because they are his enemies and spit in the food. Yuck. Today, on the most windy and stormy and rainy and cloudy and sad of days, he decided he needed to eat, and he went to Teco. He went inside. There were no baskets. This was weird. Roger thought that they must be giving them a break today, so he kept going. He saw the bread was on sale, so he was going to buy it, and then a big fat hairy man ran up to him and said, "No, that not F or you." For you. And he took the sale sign away, which made the bread go back up to 100,000. This is in the future, so that's normal for the future. Roger made a face similar to this, D:, and he said, "But if you don't give me that, I will," laughed, and his fat went back. Then one of Ron's enemies died, so Ron felt his anger rising. That's what happens when his enemies die. And he punched the man so hard that his fat fell off, and the man was so angry that he cried blood. Then the lights went out so fast that Roger knew he was going to be murdered. A black mist came out of the cereal boxes, and then the bacon was flying everywhere. Pancake mix splashing over the counters. Freezers freezing at higher temperatures than normal, so it was freezing the frozen pizzas too much. Ron ran way far away to the aisle that's always full of people. It has like loads of sweets and crisps. Yummy. There was 10. Oh wait. No wait, 15 monsters there, all black with eyes oogieing with blood and tears. The hat looked like bacon, but they were actually dead people's skin. Whoa. He screamed, "Fat man, help!" 3 exclamation points. But when the fat man came, he said, You punched my fat, and now you will pay." And then there's like 50 periods. "I am your enemy." 6 periods. And then he ran and went inside a freezer, but forgot that the freezer's froze too hard now. And he died from freeze. Roger ran to the exit and was almost out when he tripped on something. He looked down and saw his enemy saying, "Help me. The pancakes were too string." And then he said, "No, I am Roger. You were Ron's friend, not mine, Smelly." And then he ran out the door. He was safe. He got out. He escaped. He avoided death. He was alive. He was tall. He was safe. He was Roger! In all caps. Then he went back in for the bread, but forgot about the monsters. So when he got the bread, the monsters came out between the slices and cried blood from their mouths, saying, "We are your enemies, Ron." He said, "How do you know my old name?" And then they ate him, and he fell down on the floor crying from death. His last words were, "I am all your enemies." Then he fell down and died. Just before he died, he said, "I will now be a supermarket monster." So when you are in a supermarket, remember that Ron is waiting. In the future, though, because it's in the future, remember. And that is it. That is the supermarket monster. Eek. Beautiful. Wonderful literature that we just read. Ah. It was so good that I coughed. Shit. I really shouldn't have done this when I have a cough, but I'm busy next week and tomorrow. Fucking, I have to do it now if I want to get in a Halloween stream. God, it's worth it. Halloween stops for nobody. Okay. Next up, we have a personal favorite. Jeff the Killer. 2012, right? Is that the year? Hold up. I'm pretty sure, because the original technically was from like 2008, but then the like notorious one was made a few years later, so that's not technically the original, but it's the most infamous. I don't wanna say it's the wrong year. Hold on, I am checking real quick. Oh, 2011. Okay, I was close. 2011. Right. Okay. Okay, this is Jeff the Killer, 2011. Excerpt from a local newspaper. Ominous unknown killer is still at large. After weeks of unexplained murders, the ominous unknown killer is still on the rise. After little evidence has been found, a young boy states that he survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells his story. "I had a bad dream. I woke up in the middle of the night," says the boy. "I saw that for some reason the window was open, even though I remember it being closed before I went to bed. I got up and shut it once more. Afterwards, I simply crawled under my covers and tried to get back to sleep. That's when I had a strange feeling, like someone was watching me." God. "I looked up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There, in the little ray of light illuminating from between my curtains, were a pair of two eyes. These eyes weren't regular eyes. They were dark, ominous eyes. They were bordered in black and ... just plain out terrified me. That's when I saw his mouth. A long, horrendous smile that made every hair on my body stand up." Just give me an image of like someone's whole head of hair just sticking straight up. That's funny. Where am I? Yeah. Horrendous smile. Yeah. The figure stood there watching me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he said it. A simple phrase, but said only in a way a madman could speak. He said, "Go to sleep." I let out a scream. That's what sent him at me. He pulled up a knife, aiming at my heart. He jumped on top of my bed. I fought him back. I kicked, I punched, I rolled around, trying to knock him off me. That's when my dad busted in. The man threw the knife. It went into my dad's shoulder. The man probably would have finished him off if one of the neighbors hadn't alerted the police. They drove into the parking lot and ran towards the door. The man turned down the hallway. Yeah, the man ran down the hallway. I heard the smash like glass breaking. Jesus. As I came out of my room, I saw the window that was pointing towards the back of my house was broken. I looked out it to see him vanish into the distance. I can tell you one thing, I will never forget that face. Those cold, evil eyes, and that psychotic smile. They will never leave my head. Ooh. Police are still on the look for this man. If you see anyone that fits the description in this story, please contact your local police department. Jeff and his family just moved into a new neighborhood. His dad had gotten a promotion at work, and they thought it would be best to live in one of those fancy neighborhoods. Jeff and his brother Lou couldn't complain, though. A new, better house. What's not to love? They were getting unpacked. As they were getting unpacked, one of their neighbors came by. "Hello," she said. "I am Barbara. I live across the street from you." "Well, I just wanted to introduce myself and to introduce my son." She turned around and calls her son over. "Billy, these are our new neighbors." Billy said hi and ran back to play in his yard. "Well," said Jeff's mom, "I'm Margaret, and this is my husband Peter, and my two sons Jeff and Lou." They each introduced themselves, and then Barbara invited them to her son's birthday. Jeff and his brother were about to object when their mother said they would love to. Jeff and his family were done packing. When Jeff and his family were done packing, Jeff went up to his mom. "Mom, why would you invite us to some kid's party? If you haven't noticed, I'm not some dumb kid." "Jeff," said his mother, "we just moved here. We should show that we want to spend time with our neighbors. Now we're going to that party and that's final." Jeff started to talk but stopped himself, knowing that he couldn't do anything. Whenever his mom said something, it was final. He walked up to his room and plopped down on his bed. He sat there looking at the ceiling, and suddenly he got a weird feeling. Not so much a pain, but ... a weird feeling. He dismissed it as just some random feeling. He heard his mother call him down to get his stuff, and he walked down to get it. The next day, Jeff walked downstairs to get breakfast and got ready for school. As he sat there eating his breakfast, he once again got that feeling. This time it was stronger. It gave him a slight tugging pain, but he once again dismissed it. As he and Lou finished breakfast, they walked down to the bus stop. They sat there waiting for the bus, and then all of a sudden some kid on a skateboard jumped over them, only inches above their laps. They both jumped back in surprise. "Hey, what the hell?" The kid landed and turned back to them. He kicked his skateboard up and caught it with his hands. The kid seemed to be about 12, 1 year younger than Jeff. He was wearing an Aeropostale shirt and ripped blue jeans. Well, well, well. It looks like we got some new meat. Suddenly two other kids appeared. One was super skinny and the other was huge. "Well, since you're new here, I'd like to introduce ourselves. Over there is Keith." Jeff and Lou looked over at the kid. He had a dopey face that you would expect a sidekick to have. My God. "And he's Troy." They looked over to the fat kid. Talk about a tub of lard. God. This kid looked like he had an exercise since he was crawling. "Okay." "And I," said the first kid, and ran. Now, for all the kids in this neighborhood, there's a small price for bus fare if you catch my drift. Lou stood up, ready to punch the lights out of this kid's eyes, when one of his friends pulled a knife on him. Tisk, tisk, you would be more cooperative. But it seems we must do things. It seems we must do this the hard way. The kid walked up to Lou and took his wallet out of his pocket. Jeff got that feeling again. That was truly strong. A burning sensation. He stood up, but Lou gestured him to sit down. Jeff ignored him and walked up to the kid. Listen here, you little punk. Give back my bro's wallet or else. Randy put the wallet in his pocket and pulled out his own knife. Oh, and what will you do? As he finished the sentence, Jeff popped the kid in the nose. As Randy reached for his face, Jeff grabbed the kid's wrist and broke it. Randy screamed, and Jeff grabbed the knife from his hand. Troy and Keith rushed Jeff, but Jeff was too quick. He threw Randy to the ground. Keith lashed out at him, but Jeff ducked back and stabbed him in the arm. Keith dropped his knife and fell to the ground screaming. Troy rushed him too, but Jeff didn't even need a knife. He just punched Troy straight in the stomach, and Troy went down. As he fell, he puked all over. Whoa. Lou could do nothing but look in amazement at Jeff. Jeff, how did you? Was all he said. They saw the bus coming and knew they'd be blamed for the whole thing, so they started running as fast as they could. As they ran, they looked back and saw the bus driver running over to Randy and the others. As Jeff and Lou made it to school, they didn't dare tell what happened. All they did was sit and listen. Lou just thought of it as his brother beating up a few kids, but Jeff knew it was more. It was something scary. As he got that feeling, he felt how powerful it was. The urge to just hurt someone. He didn't like how it sounded, but he couldn't help feeling happy. He felt that strange feeling go away and stay away the entire day of school. Even as he walked home due to the whole thing near the bus stop, and how he probably wouldn't be taking the bus anymore, he felt happy. When he got home, his parents asked how his day was, and he said in a somewhat ominous voice, "It was a wonderful day." Next morning, he heard a knock at his front door. He walked down to find 2 police officers at the door, his mother looking back at him with an angry look. Jeff, these officers tell me that you attacked 3 kids, that it wasn't regular fighting, and that they were stabbed. Stabbed, son. Jeff's gaze fell to the floor, showing his mother that it was true. Mom, they were the one who pulled the knives on me and Lou. Son, said one of the cops, we found 3 kids, 2 stabbed, 1 having a bruise on his stomach, and we have witnesses to prove that you fled the scene. Now what does that tell us? Jeff knew it was no use. He could say him and Lou had been attacked, but then there was no proof it was not them who attacked first. They couldn't say that they weren't fleeing, because truth be told they were. But Jeff couldn't defend himself or Lou. Son, call down your brother. Jeff couldn't do it. He was the one who beat up all those kids. Sir, it was me. I was the one that beat up those kids. Lou tried to hold me back, but he couldn't stop me. The cop looked at his partner and they both nodded. Well, kid, looks like a year in juvie. Wait, says Lou. They all look up to see him holding a knife. The officers pulled their guns and locked them on Lou. It was me. I beat up those little punks. I have the marks to prove it. He lifted up his sleeves to reveal cuts and bruises as if he was in a struggle. Son, just put the knife down, said the officer. Lou held up the knife and dropped it to the ground. He put his hands up and walked over to the cops. No, Lou, it was me. I did it. Jeff had tears running down his face. Huh, poor bro, trying to take the blame for what I did. Well, take me away. The police led Lou out to the patrol car. Lou, tell them it was me. Tell them I was the one who beat up those kids. Jeff's mother put her hands on his shoulders. Jeff, please, you don't have to lie. We know it's Lou. You can stop. Jeff watched helplessly as the cop car speeds off with Lou inside. A few minutes after, Jeff's dad pulled into the driveway, seeing Jeff's face and knowing something was wrong. Son, Son, what is it? Jeff couldn't answer. His vocal cords were strained from crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walked inside to break the bad news to him as Jeff wept in the driveway. After an hour or so, Jeff walked back into the house, seeing his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He couldn't look at them. He couldn't see how they thought of Lou when it was his fault. He just went to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days went by, no word from Lou at the JDC, no friends to hang out with, nothing but sadness and guilt. That is, until Saturday, when Jeff was woken up by his mother with a happy, sunshiny face. Jeff, it's the day, she said as she opened the curtains and let light flood into his room. What's today? Asked Jeff as he stirs awake. Why, it's Billy's party. He was now fully awake. Mom, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go to some kid's party after... There was a long pause. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up the past days. Now get dressed. Jeff's mother walked out of the room and downstairs to get ready herself. He fought himself to get up. He picked out a random shirt and a pair of jeans and walked downstairs. He saw his mother and father all dressed up, his mother in a dress and his father in a suit. He thought, why would they wear such fancy clothes to a kid's party? Son, is that all you're going to wear? Said Jeff's mom. Better than wearing too much, he said. His mother pushed down the feeling to yell at him and hid it with a smile. Now, Jeff, we may be overdressed, but this is how you go if you want to make an impression, said his father. Jeff grunted and went back to his room. I don't have any fancy clothes, he yelled downstairs. Just pick out something, called his mother. He looked around in his closet for what he would call fancy. He found a pair of black dress pants he had for special occasions and an undershirt. He couldn't find a shirt to go with it, though. He looked around. Yawn. Shit. He looked around and found only striped and patterned shirts, none of which would go with the dress pants. Finally, he found a white hoodie and put it on. Ooh, the white hoodie. You're wearing that? They both said. His mother looked at her watch. Oh, no time to change. Let's just go, she said as she herded Jeff and his father out the door. They crossed the street over to Barbara and Billy's house. They knocked on the door, and it appeared that Barbara, just like his parents, were way overdressed. As they walked inside, all Jeff could see were adults, no kids. The kids are outside in the yard. Jeff, how about you go and meet some of them, said Barbara. Jeff walked outside to a yard full of kids. They were running around in weird cowboy costumes and shooting each other with plastic guns. He might as well be standing in a Toys R Us. Suddenly, a kid came up to him and handed him a toy gun and a hat. Hey, wanna play? No, kid. I am way too old for this stuff. The kid looked at him with that weird puppy dog face. Wheeze? Said the kid. Fine, said Jeff. He put on the hat and started to pretend to shoot at the kids. At first, he thought it was totally ridiculous, but then he started to actually have fun. It might not have been super cool, but it was the first time he had done something that took his mind off of Lou, so he played with the kids for a while, until he heard a noise. A weird, rolling noise. Then it hit him. Randy, Troy, and Keith all jumped over the fence on their skateboards. Jeff dropped the fake gun and ripped off the hat. Randy looked at Jeff with a burning hatred. Hello, Jeff, is it? He said. We have some unfinished business. Jeff saw his bruised nose. I think we're even. I beat the crap out of you, and you got my brother sent to JDC. I oughta get shit. Randy got an angry look in his eyes. Oh no, I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that day, but not today. As he said that, Randy rushed at Jeff. They both fell to the ground. Randy punched Jeff in the nose, and Jeff grabbed him by the ears and headbutted him. Jeff pushed Randy off of him, and both rose to their feet. Kids were screaming, and parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith both pulled guns out of their pockets. Fucking God. Fucking God. I think I'm not getting enough air. Holy shit. Oh boy. Where was I? No one interrupts or guts will fly, they said. Randy pulled a knife on Jeff and stabbed it in his shoulder. Jeff screamed and fell to his knees. Jeff started kicking him in the face. After 3 kicks, Jeff grabs his foot and twists it, causing Randy to fall to the ground. Jeff stood up and walked towards the back door. Troy grabbed him. Need some help? He picks Jeff up by the back of the collar and throws him through the patio door. As Jeff stands, he is kicked to the ground. Randy repeatedly starts kicking Jeff until he starts to cough up blood. Come on, Jeff. Fight me. He picks Jeff up and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. Who's drinking vodka at like a 5-year-old's birthday party? That's my question. But I digress. There's no logic in this fucking story. Fight! He throws Jeff back into the living room. Come on, Jeff, look at me. Jeff glances up, his face riddled with blood. I was the one that got your brother sent to the JDC, and now you're just gonna sit here and let him rot in there for a whole year. You should be ashamed. Jeff starts to get up. Oh, finally, you stand and fight. Jeff is now to his feet, blood and vodka on his face. Once again, he gets that strange feeling, one in which he hasn't felt for a while. Finally, he's up, says Randy, as he runs at Jeff. That's when it happens. Something inside Jeff snaps. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking is gone. Hello, welcome to chat. We are reading Jeff the Killer at the moment. We're almost finished. Where was I? Yeah, that's when it happens. Something inside Jeff snaps. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking is gone, and all he can do is kill. He grabs Randy and pile drives him to the ground. He gets on top of him and punches him straight in the heart. The punch causes Randy's heart to stop. As Randy gasps for breath, Jeff hammers down on him, punch after punch. Blood gushes from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies. Everyone is looking at Jeff now. The parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith, although they easily break from their gaze and point their guns at Jeff. Jeff sees the guns trained on him and runs for the stairs. He runs. As he runs, Troy and Keith let out fire on him, each shot missing. He runs up the stairs. He hears Troy and Keith follow up from behind. As they let out their final rounds of bullets, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. Bro died like Hootie. He did. Oh my god. He grabs the towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race in, knives ready. Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away and bangs the towel rack into Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He is more agile than Troy, though, and ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. He dropped the knife and grabbed Jeff by the neck. He pushed him into the wall. A thing of bleach fell down on top of him from the top shelf. It burnt both of them, and they both started to scream. Jeff wiped his eyes as best he could. He pulled back the towel rack and swung it straight into Keith's head. As he lay there, bleeding to death, he let out an ominous smile. "What's so funny?" asked Jeff. Keith pulled out a lighter and switched it on. "What's funny," he said, "is that you're covered in bleach and alcohol." Do you know there's this much action? You didn't know there was this much action in creepypastas? Oh my god. Just wait. Just wait. Just fucking wait. If you've never heard the whole 2011 Jeff the Killer, oh boy. It ends on quite a note. Jeff's eyes widened as Keith threw the lighter at him. As soon as the flame made contact with him, the flames ignited the alcohol in the vodka. While the alcohol burned him, the bleach bleached his skin. Jeff let out a terrible screech as he caught on fire. He tried to roll out the fire, but it was no use. The alcohol had made him a walking inferno. He ran down the hall and fell down the stairs. Everybody started screaming as they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, drop to the ground, nearly dead. I thought they were all, ooh, spooky killer at your house. No. No, the infamous ones are mostly origin stories. They're so bad. Most of them are so terrible. This one is a favorite of mine just because of nostalgia and how shittily written it is. Things just happen. It's just like punch after punch. Shit just keeps happening. And we just kind of have to accept that it's happening. Oh man on fire, where was I? Yeah. I keep losing my spot, hold on. Yeah, he ran down the hall, fell on the stairs, everyone was screaming as they saw Jeff. No man on fire, he's nearly dead. The last thing Jeff saw was his mother and the other parents trying to extinguish the flame. That's when he passed out. When Jeff woke, he had a cast wrapped around his face. He couldn't see anything, but he felt a cast on his shoulder and stitches all over his body. He tried to stand up, but he realized that there was a tube in his arm. And when he tried to get up, it fell out, and the nurse rushed in. "I don't think you can get out of bed just yet," he said as she put him back in his bed and reinserted the tube. Jeff sat there with no vision, no idea of what his surroundings were. Finally, after hours, he heard his mother. "Honey, are you okay?" she asked. Jeff couldn't answer, though. His face was covered, and he was unable to speak. "Oh, honey, I have great news. After all the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed to trying to attack you, they decided to let Lou go." This made Jeff almost bolt up, stopping halfway, remembering the tube coming out of his arm. "He'll be out by tomorrow, and then the two of you will be able to be together again." Jeff's mother hugs Jeff and says her goodbyes. The next couple of weeks were those where Jeff was visited by his family. They came... Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family members were all there to see it, what he would look like. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seats. They waited until the last bandage holding the cover over his face was almost removed. "Let's hope for the best," said the doctor. Let's hope this guy doesn't look fucking wrecked. They didn't actually say that. He quickly pulls the cloth, letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. Jeff's mother screams at the sight of his face. Lou and Jeff's dad stare awestruck at his face. What happened to my face?" Jeff said. He rushed out of bed and ran to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of the distress. His face. It's horrible. His lips were burnt into a deep shade of red. His face was turned into a pure white color, and his hair singed from brown to black. He slowly put a hand to his face. What could they possibly hope for there? I know. I love how in this story, instead of being burnt and like deformed like Freddy Krueger from being burnt alive, he just is super pale now. And he has hair still. It's just black now. That's it. No horrible burns that you have to live with the rest of your life. You're just a bit paler now. Um, his face was turned into a pure white color, and his hair singed from brown to black. He slowly put his hand to his face. It had a sort of leathery feel to it now. He looked back at his family and then at the mirror. Jeff, said Lou, it's not that bad. Not that bad, said Jeff. It's perfect. His family was equally surprised. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. His parents noticed that his left eye and hand were twitching. Jeff, are you okay? Okay, I've never felt more happy. Ha 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 ha. Look at me. This face goes perfectly with me. He couldn't stop laughing. He stroked his face, feeling it, looking at it in the mirror. What caused this? Well, you may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy, something inside his mind snapped. Wait. Yeah. In his mind, his sanity snapped. Now he was left a crazy killing machine. That is, his parents didn't know. Okay. Doctor, said Jeff's mom, is my son alright Ed? Oh yes, this behavior is typical for patients that have taken large amounts of painkillers. If his behavior doesn't change in a few weeks, bring him back here and we will give him a psychological test. Oh, thank you, doctor. This normal, don't worry. Jeff's mother went over to Jeff. Jeff, sweetie, it's time to go. Jeff looks away from the mirror. His face still formed into a crazy smile. I know. Ha ha ha! His mother took him by the shoulder and took him to get his clothes. This is what came in, said the lady at the desk. Jeff's mom looked down to see the black dress pants and clean white hoodie. White hoodie her son wore. They were now clean of blood and now stitched together. Yeah, definitely don't bring him new clothes. Just bring him the old ones that he got attacked in. Jeff's mother led him to his room and made him put his clothes on. Then they left, not knowing that this was their final day of life. Later that night, Jeff's mother woke to a sound coming from the bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was. When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight. Jeff had taken a knife and carved a smile in his cheeks. Jeff, what are you doing? Asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother. I couldn't keep smiling, Mommy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever. Jeff's mother noticed his eyes in black. Jeff, your eyes. His eyes were seemingly never closing. I couldn't see my face. I got tired and my eyes started to close. I burned out my eyelids so I could forever see myself, my new face. Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing that her son was going insane. What's wrong, Mommy? Aren't I beautiful? Yes, son, she said. Yes, you are. Let me go get Daddy so he can see your face. She ran into the room and shook Jeff's dad from his sleep. Honey, get the gun. We... ... She stood as she saw Jeff in the doorway holding a knife. Mommy, you lied. That's the last thing they hear as Jeff rushes them with the knife, cutting both of them. But oh, I got these scars. Yeah. This is a really stupid way to get these scars, Jesus. Yeah, he gutted them both. The gun? There's no gun. He gutted them. Gutting. With a knife. His brother Lou woke up, startled by some noise. He didn't hear anything else, so he just shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. He was on the border of slumber when he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching him. He looked up before Jeff's hand covered his mouth. Why did she go straight for the gun? Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. You see your child self-mutilating at like 2 a.m. and like gotta immediately kill him. You gotta put him down right then and there. I don't know. If this takes place in America, then, like, who fucking knows? That's plausible. I wouldn't put it past anybody. um, yeah, he looked up before Jeff's hand covered his mouth. He slowly raised the knife, ready to plunge it into Lou. Lou thrashed here and there to escape Jeff's grip. Shh, Jeff said. Just go to sleep. And that's it. The end. Beautiful. Pure literature. Absolute cinema. Oh, goodness. Okay, I do have some... I mean, he's at it again. Get the gun. Yeah, for real. I mean, I don't know. Like, what do you do in that situation, though? Like, your kid comes home from the hospital and self-mutilates. I don't think my first reaction would be to get a gun. That wouldn't be my first reaction. So, I don't know. Maybe Jeff didn't have a great home life anyway. Who knows? I don't know, man. I didn't know that was the bro's origin. I thought he was just a creepy dude. No. No, that's the origin story. That's the most infamous one. There is like an original 2008 one, but this is the most well-known and circulated one. So, that's the one I decided to read. There's lots of reboots and such, which are much better, but there's no fun in reading good literature for this. Alright. So, I have one more that wasn't a suggestion. And then, so I guess I'll read that and get to stories that I was requested to read. So, the last one I have, aside from that, the Russian sleep experiment. How do you fucking... Yeah, that's how you spell it. Okay. This one, I always liked. It is spooky and creepy. I just like it. I don't know how much the writing holds up, but it's a good one. Equally infamous. No, I don't want to support your website. I'm gonna keep using an ad blocker. Thank you. So rude. I tried doing Creepypastas for my scary story stream, but last year I couldn't handle the screen. That's fair. Some of them are really bad. Some of them are super cringy. Later on, oh, I forgot. Yeah. Later, I want to read my own attempt at horror. I'm gonna read a story that I wrote in 2020. And oh god, I'm gonna cringe so bad. I haven't reread it before this stream. But I think I'll save that for the end or something. I don't know how much more I can handle after that. Anyway, this is the Russian sleep experiment. Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 minutes using an experimental gas-based stimulant. They were kept in a sealed environment to carefully monitor their oxygen intake so the gas didn't kill them, since it was toxic in high concentrations. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they had only microphones and 5-inch thick, glass-sized porthole-sized windows in the chamber to monitor them. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to sleep on, but no bedding, running water in the toilet, there's no A, and enough dried food to last all five for over a month. The test subjects were political prisoners deemed enemies of the state during World War II. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained, having been promised falsely that they would be freed if they submitted to the test and did not fall asleep for 30 days. Their conversations and activities were monitored, and it was noted that they continued to talk about increasingly traumatic incidents in their past, and their general tone of conversations took on a darker aspect after the 4-day mark. After 5 days, they started to complain that the circumstances and events that led them to where they were to complain about the circumstances and events that led them to where they were and started to demonstrate severe paranoia. They stopped talking to each other and began alternatively whispering to the microphones and one-way mirrored portholes. Oddly, they all seemed to think that they could win the trust of the experimenters by turning over their comrades, the other subjects, in captivity with them. At first, the researchers suspected this was an effect of the gas itself. ... After 9 days, the first of them started screaming. He ran the length of the chamber repeatedly, yelling at the top of his lungs for 3 hours straight. He continued attempting to scream, but was only able to produce occasional squeaks. The researchers postulated that he had physically torn his vocal cords. The most surprising thing about his behavior is how the other captives reacted to it, or rather, didn't react to it. They continued whispering to the microphones until the second of the captives started to scream. The two non-screaming captives took the books apart and smeared page after page with their own feces and pasted them calmly over the glass portholes. The screaming promptly stopped, and so did the whispering into the microphones. After 3 more days passed, the researchers checked their microphones hourly to make sure they were working, since they thought it was impossible that no sound could be coming with 5 people inside. The oxygen consumption in the chamber indicated that all 5 must still be alive. In fact, the amount of oxygen 5 people would consume at a heavy level of... Wait. It was the amount of oxygen that... It was the amount of oxygen 5 people would consume at a very heavy level of strenuous exercise. God. On the morning of the 14th day, the researchers did something they said they would not do to get a reaction from the captives, but they used the intercom inside the chamber, hoping to provoke any response from the captives they were afraid were either dead or vegetables. They announced, "We are opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom." To their surprise, they heard a single phrase in a calm voice response: "We no longer want to be freed." Debate broke out amongst the researchers, and the... Oh. No. Don't do this to me, OBS. Fucking God. I guess I'll keep going. Okay. We good? We good? OBS said it reconnected. I'm gonna assume it's fine. This is fine. We're gonna keep going. It's alright. Where was I? They began screaming louder than ever and saw what was inside. 4 of the 5 subjects were still alive, although none could rightly call the state that they were... No one could rightly call the state that any of them were in life. The food rations past day 5 had not been so much as touched. There were chunks of meat from the dead test subject's thighs and chest stuffed into the drain in the center of the chamber, blocking the drain from allowing 4 inches of... You're still alive. Hi. Yeah, I'm still alive. I'm almost done with the non-requests, and then I will get on to the requested stories. So, hello, welcome to chat. There is definitely lag today, unfortunately. So, it's fine. We're gonna deal with it. Where was I? Yeah, blocking the drain and allowing 4 inches of water to accumulate on the floor. Precisely how much of the water on the floor was actually blood was never determined. All 4 surviving test subjects also had large portions of muscle and skin torn away from their bodies. The destruction of flesh and exposed bone on their fingertips indicated that the wounds were infected inflicted by hand, not with teeth as the researchers initially thought. 0.1 FPS, whatever, as long as you can hear me okay, that's all that really matters. Please tell me you can hear me okay. Oh no. 0.1 FPS, god damn it. I restarted my Wi-Fi today. I did try. I did attempt to negate the Wi-Fi issues. There was an attempt that was made. But whatever, I'm gonna keep going. The spooky stops for no man. Closer examination of the position and angles of the wounds indicated that most, if not all of them, were self-inflicted. The abdominal organs below the ribcage of all 4 test subjects had been removed, while the heart, lungs, and diaphragm remained in place. The skin and most of the muscles attached to the ribs had been ripped off, exposing the lungs through the ribcage. All the blood vessels and organs remained intact. They had just been taken out and laid on the floor, fanning out around the eviscerated but still living bodies of the subjects. The digestive tract of all 4 could be seen on the floor, digesting food. Ew. It quickly became apparent that what they were digesting was their own flesh that they had ripped off and eaten over the course of days. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility, but still many refused to return to the chamber to remove the test subjects. They continued to scream to be left in the chamber, and alternatively begged and demanded that the gas be turned back on, lest they fall asleep. To everyone's surprise, the test subjects put up a fierce fight in the process of being removed from the chamber. One of the Russian soldiers died from having his throat ripped out, another was gravely injured and having his testicles ripped off and an artery in the leg severed by one of the subject's teeth. Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives, if you count ones that committed unalive, we're gonna say, because YouTube, in the weeks following the incident. In the struggle, one of the 4 living subjects had his spleen ruptured, and he bled out almost immediately. The medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of morphine derivative and still fought like a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and arms of one doctor. When Hart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he had bled out to the point there was more air in his vascular system than blood. Even after it stopped, he continued to scream and flail for another 3 minutes. He struggling to attack anyone in reach and just repeating the word more over and over, weaker and weaker, until he finally fell silent. The Russian sleep experiment was brutal as a kid. I'm surprised I didn't get nightmares from it. Yeah. I never got nightmares from creepypastas. And, like, all the ones that we're gonna read today, I have read before. Or, like, more accurately, listened to narrations of. It never scared me. What did scare me was Five Nights at Freddy's for quite a while. That shit really did scare the shit out of me. But then I got desensitized, and then it didn't scare me anymore. That would keep me up at night, because I just thought they were so creepy. I was terrified of Springtrap. Like, holy shit. It was so creepy to me. But creepypastas and this very graphic, just, like, explanation of gore, that was nothing. That didn't terrify little 12, 11-year-old me. Light work, apparently. Where was I? Yeah. The surviving 3 test subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility. The 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begging for the gas, demanding to be kept awake. The most injured of the three was taken to the only surgical operating room the facility had. In the process of preparing the subjects to have his organs placed back within his body, it was found that he was effectively immune to the sedative they have given him to prepare him for the surgery. He fought back furiously against his restraints when the anesthetic gas was brought to put him under. I think the only one that actually scared me was the rake. That's fair. That one was pretty creepy. I got paranoid from that little freak. He is a little freak. He is a bit creepy. I think I remember that one. That was like where I've read that one. I know that one. I was trying to remember which one that was because sometimes I confuse it with Smile Dog in my head because they have a similar kind of feeling to me where it's like lost media and like supposedly real. Ooh, spooky. So they kind of like merge in my head sometimes. He managed to tear most of the way through the 4-inch wide leather strap on one wrist, even though the weight of a 200-pound soldier was holding that wrist as well. It took only a little more anesthetic is what it says, than normal to put him under, and the instant his eyelids fluttered and closed, his heart stopped. In the autopsy of the test subject died on the operating table, it was found that his blood had tripled the normal level of oxygen. His muscles that were still attached to his skeleton were badly torn, and he had broken 9 bones in his struggle not to be subdued. Most of them were from the force his own muscles had exerted on them. The second survivor had been the first of the group of the 5 to start screaming. His vocal cords destroyed, he was unable to beg or object to surgery, and he only reacted by shaking his head violently in disapproval when the anesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head yes when someone suggested reluctantly they try the surgery without anesthetic, and did not react for the entire 6-hour procedure of replacing his abdominal organs and attempting to cover them with what remained of his skin. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should be medically possible for the patient to still be alive. I think they mean impossible, so whatever. One terrified nurse assisting the surgery stated that she had seen the patient's mouth curl into a smile several times whenever his eyes met hers. When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon and began to wheeze loudly, attempting to talk while struggling. Assuming that this must be something of dramatic importance, the surgeon had a pen and paper fetched so the paper could keep writing from his message. It was simple. Keep cutting. Jesus. The other 2 test subjects were given the same surgery, both without anesthetic as well, although they had to be injected with a paralytic for the duration of the operation. The surgeon found it impossible to perform the operation while the patients laughed continuously. Once paralyzed, the subjects could only follow the attending researchers with their eyes. The paralytic clearly cleared their system in an abnormally short period of time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were again asking for the stimulant gas. The researchers tried to ask why they had injured themselves, why they had ripped out their own guts, and why they had wanted to be given the gas again. Only one response was given: I must remain awake. All 3 subjects' restraints were reinforced, and they were placed back into the chamber, awaiting determination as to what should be done with them. The researchers, facing the wrath of their military benefactors for having failed the stated goals of their project, considering euthanizing the surviving subjects. Or having failed, yeah. The commanding officers, a former KGB agent, instead saw potential and wanted to see what would happen if they were put back on the gas. The researchers strongly objected, but were overruled. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all 3 stopped struggling the moment it let slip that they were going back on the gas. It was obvious that at this point all three were putting up a great struggle to stay awake. One of the subjects that could speak was humming loudly and continuously. The mute subject was straining his legs against the leather bonds with all his might, first left, then right, and then left again, for something to focus on. The remaining subject was holding his head off of his pillow and blinking rapidly. Having been the first to be wired to the EEG, most of the researchers were monitoring his brainwaves in surprise. They were normal most of the time, but sometimes flatlined inexplicably. It looked as if he were repeatedly suffering from brain death before returning to normal. As they focused on the papers scrolling out of the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw his eyes slip shut at the moment his head hit the pillow. His brainwaves immediately changed to that of a deep sleep, then flatlined for the last time as his heart simultaneously stopped. The only remaining subject that could speak started screaming to be sealed in now. His brainwaves showed the same flat lines as the one who had died from falling asleep. The commander gave the orders to seal the chamber with both subjects inside, as well as three researchers. One of the named three, immediately drew his gun and shot the commander point blank between the eyes. Then turned the gun on the mute subject and blew out his brains as well. Okay. He pointed the gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to the bed, and as the remaining members of the medical and research team fled the room. I won't be locked in here with these things. Not with you. He screamed at the man on the table. What are you? He demanded. I must know. The subject smiled. Have you forgotten so easily? The subject asked. We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go into the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread. The researcher paused, then aimed at the subject's heart and fired. The EEG flatlined as the subject weakly choked out, so nearly free. And that's it. That's the Russian sleep experiment. I think it still holds up. It's definitely a time. It's an experience. But if like someone read that to me, I would be like, that was pretty good. That was decent. I liked it. Okay. So now, what should we read next? I have quite a few left still. I guess let's go with Jane. Let's do Jane the Killer. Jane the Killer, which was suggested by Gorio. I guess I'll write that. By Gorio. Yay! Yippee! I mentioned earlier, I had a form out for a while for suggestions for this stream, and I asked if you wanted credit, and Gorio said yes, so there you go, you got your credit. Okay, I found one, and I think this is the original. I haven't read it all the way through, or like at all. But it's a Jane the Killer story on Wattpad, and it is part of a collection called Creepypasta Origin Stories. And I checked the ones that I do know I know from memory, like Jeff the Killer and Smile Dog and such. And those were correct as far as like the original origin stories. So I'm gonna assume that this one is correct, and if not, then oh well. It's not that big of a deal. So here we have Jane the Killer. Listen, the only reason I'm going out of my way to tell you any of this is because the story Jane the Killer is starting to piss me off. My real name is Jane Arkansas. Arkansas, but it's spelled phonetically and not like Arkansas. My real name is Jane Arkansas, aka Jane the Killer, and this is how I met Jeff, the reason I look the way I do, and why I want to kill him. When I heard that a new family had moved in across the street, I wasn't that surprised. It was a nice neighborhood, and the house was relatively cheap considering where it was. I guess I was about 13 and 14 when everything went to hell. I never really talked to Jeff when he moved in. To be frank, I never really talked to him. Wait, I never talked to him until that night. But it's too soon to talk about that now. My first impression of Jeff was that he was a good kid. Probably got nice grades, rarely got into fights, maybe even a cool guy if he opened up to someone. Uh, his brother Lou seemed like he put his family first by the way he sat with his brother on the sidewalk. Of course, I was just guessing at the time and didn't really put much thought into my analysis because I was getting ready for school. What happened? I thought I saw something. Anyway, I was getting ready for school. I looked out the window and I was running late, which was unusual for me at that time in my life because I was hardly ever late for anything, especially school. I wasn't surprised when I saw Randy and his stooges go up to Jeff and Lou on that stupid skateboard of his. Randy was nothing but a bully. He was always picked on he always picked on anyone who was smaller than him. He was even the reason why my parents drove me to school instead of letting me take the bus like everyone else. Everyone had their lunch money or some kind of cash given to Randy and his goons because they had some toll that he demanded from everyone. We all knew Randy's group had knives and threatened to use them on us. We never even told anyone about the money they took from the other kids on the block. Everyone except the new kids they were trying to intimidate like the rest of us. When I saw Randy talking to them through the window, I just looked away. It was a wussy thing to do, but I had better things to do than to watch another kid hand over his money to Randy. But curiosity got the better of me, and I looked up for a few seconds. That's when what I saw left me speechless. Jeff was standing now, and it looked like Randy had already got... Had Randy... Ah, it looked like Randy already had what he wanted. Just sit down, I thought. Don't be stupid. Then I saw Jeff punch Randy in the face and break his wrist. Oh my god, I whispered. Then I yelled, "You idiot!" My parents ran down the street and asked what happened. They looked outside. Then they looked outside and saw what was going on. Jeff had already cut the skinny guy, I think his name was Keith, and he went down screaming. Troy only went down in a single pew-inch. Pew-inch. Fuck. I'm good. I swallowed some spit down the wrong pipe. It's good. Add some water. We're good. It's all good. We're fine. Okay. Should like count how many times I clear my throat this string. Thought. Oh, where was I? Yeah. Since my house was only across the street from where Jeff and his brother were sitting, with the front of the house having big windows, we saw the whole thing. Or at least I did. My parents came in after... My god. My parents came in after the part where Randy stole their wallet, so they didn't know the whole truth. It was disturbing watching Jeff fight. He was enjoying himself too much. I felt a knot in my stomach like something was happening that shouldn't be. And from the look on Lou's face, Jeff didn't do this kind of thing often. Next thing I know, I hear sirens, and the new kids bolted out of there. The cops came around to the bus driver to check on the victims, which is in quotation marks. It seemed like they were going to be alright. You know, considering the amount of crap kicked out of them. The amount of crap kicked out of them is a very funny way to put that. Since my parents' policy was no cops ever since my dad got framed by a narc cop when he wanted to draw attention off of himself when the police were investigating the case of the missing coke. Okay. It ended with my dad quitting the force. So when we heard the sirens, we went back into the yard to get into the car and left. When my parents drove me to school, they told me very clearly that they didn't want me talking to Jeff ever. I did not disagree with them. I didn't see Jeff until closer to the end of school. I can still see the colors in my artwork if I think hard enough. Okay. But when I try to look at anything now, it all seems gray. Oh, I guess that's the price someone pays for losing their innocence. I didn't see Jeff until the final period that day. When I did, he seemed off. At first I thought he was just faking the joy so people wouldn't suspect him of the crime that he did. But he really was enjoying himself. It wasn't because he was excited to be at school. I could tell that much from him. The smile he wore looked sadistic to me. It was a smile of a madman. The second that bell rang, I bolted out those doors as fast as I could. Nobody but me knew what Jeff really was. A freak. The next day seemed to be passing without incident at first. Then I saw the police car around Jeff's house, in front of Jeff's house. Looks like they got you, I thought. Nobody could gotten away with something like that, is what it says. You know, with the neighborhood watch and everything. But I was wrong with who they arrested. Instead of coming out with Jeff, like I expected, out with Lou, his brother, instead. I was barely forming the thought of Jeff framing his brother for the assault when he came out of his house yelling at Lou, "Lou, tell them I did it." I was unable to hear him this time because the front door was open to my house. Or no, I was able. Okay. I couldn't hear what Lou said in reply to Jeff's outburst, but it was definitely not what Jeff wanted to hear. A few seconds later, the police drove off with Lou, and Jeff was outside with his mother. A few minutes later, she went inside the house, and then left Jeff outside. Although I couldn't hear him from across the street, I could tell he was crying. But who wouldn't be in that situation? The next day, rumors were spreading like wildfire. It took so long for the rumors to get started because everyone was afraid to talk about Randy getting his ass handed to him. When it was revealed that he wouldn't be coming back to school for a few days, everyone decided to take advantage of that fact and enjoy it as much as possible, and lots of random bullshit kept popping up. I heard Lou cut off Keith's arm. Oh yeah? Well, I heard that Lou hit Troy so hard in the stomach that he ralphed up blood. That's nothing. I heard that he punched Randy so hard in the nose that it came out the back of his head, and etc, etc, etc. Personally, I didn't want anything to do with Jeff or his brother, but he just looked so alone and upset I had to do something. So I wrote him a note telling him that he had a friend in this place, and that I was going to testify at Lou's trial about what happened. I left the note at his desk and signed it with the letter J before class started, then left the room. When I came back, Jeff was at his desk and the note was gone. Saturday rolled around, and I was home alone while my parents were at work. The kid next door was having a birthday party. At the time, I left my window open because I wanted a nice breeze in my room. while I did my homework, but they were getting so loud that I decided to close my window. I was about to close it when I saw Jeff playing with the kids. He was running around wearing one of those fake cowboy hats and carrying a toy gun. He looked so ridiculous I had to laugh. Maybe he isn't the monster I think he is, I thought, ashamed of myself for suspecting he could have been one. As I was closing the window, I saw Randy, Keith, and Troy jump over the fence on their skateboards to where Jeff was. Not again, I said to the open window. I saw Randy and Jeff exchange small talk over the sound of the kids yelling and screaming. Then Randy rushed at Jeff and tackled him. I was about to grab the phone and dial 911 when Keith shout, "No one interrupts or guts will fly." I looked out the window again and saw they both had matching guns in their hands. I couldn't have called for help without endangering the lives of the others. I couldn't have called 911 anyway. The batteries in my phone were dead. How convenient. Jeff was on his side, getting kicked by Randy in the face when he grabbed his foot and twisted it. Randy fell over Jeff and tried to walk back into the house when Troy grabbed him by the collar and threw him towards the house. I heard glass breaking and knew then that they were going to kill him. "Randy, you asshat," I screamed at him, but he couldn't hear me over the sound of kids screaming. I couldn't wait anymore, so I ran to my parents' bedroom and searched for my dad's cell phone, hoping that he forgot it at home. My heart was pounding in my chest, knowing that the longer it took for me to get help, the higher the chance of someone getting killed was. I finally found the phone underneath the bed. I wasted no time punching in the numbers. 911, hello? I need help. There's an emergency going on next door. Some guys jumped the fence and are beating up someone. They've got guns. You need to hurry, please. Okay, miss. I need you to tell me the address and I'll send help right away. I quickly told her my address and the address of the house next door. Please hurry, I said. It's okay. Just stay on the line. Bang, bang, bang! I heard loud gunshots come from next door. I yelped and dropped the phone. It landed on the ground and broke. Again, convenient. I yelped and dropped the phone. Yeah. I ran to my bedroom window. What was going on? No sooner had I poked my head out the window, I heard the whoosh of a fire and and the screaming. I'm going to make Jeff scream like that again when I find him. God, this story. The only thing I can compare to it is the death cry of an animal. It was, at the time, for me, horrifying. But now it sounds like music to me, and there's nothing I want to hear more in the world than him screaming. Ugh. I saw fire spew out of the house like an angry dragon. I ran downstairs immediately and got to the portable fire extinguisher from the kitchen and ran outside. I was running and popped the pin of the fire extinguisher for immediate use. Luckily the door was unlocked and I barged in, but when I saw Jeff I completely froze. He was lying at the bottom of the stairs, almost completely on fire with adults trying to put it out. I saw bits of his skin through all the commotion. Some parts pink, some parts charred. Some of it was all covered in red. At the sight of all this, I screamed and then passed out. Last thing I remember is some of the adults rushing towards me. Whether it was to help me or get the fire extinguisher, I don't know. When I came to, I was in a hospital bed wearing one of those gowns that a patient wears. A nurse came in a few moments later. She had a long brown hair and a bun hidden under her hat. She looked like she didn't want to be there. I asked what happened. All I know is that you were brought in with a few other kids because you fell and hit your head on a fire extinguisher. She fell and hit her head on the fire extinguisher. Oh my god. She said, annoyed. A fire extinguisher. I reached up my hand and touched my head. I felt bandages and a large bump the size of an orange. Holy shit. Then I remembered Jeff. One of the guys that came in here with me, the one with the birds, is he going to be alright? He sighed. Listen, there were two boys that were brought in with you that had burns. And no, I'm not letting you see him just because he's your boyfriend. Then I felt heat rise in my face. He isn't my boyfriend. I'm just worried about him. Wouldn't you be worried if you saw someone who... Wait. Wouldn't you be worried about someone who you just saw burning alive in front of you? I tried to keep my voice steady, but my voice quivered enough to make it sound like I was lying. Whatever. Your parents are here, by the way. Want to see them? She asked. This fucking character. Yes, of course. Anything to get away from that nurse. My parents came in, and the nurse finally left. They asked what happened. I told them everything. The fight, the note, all of it. I knew Randy was no good, my mom said. So have you heard anything about Jeff's condition, I asked. No, not a thing, said my dad. We just got here as soon as we heard about what happened to you. But who told you? I asked. I didn't think I saw anyone at the party that my family knew. The hospital called us, Mom said. Well, I guess that makes sense. It made absolutely no sense for me, of course. How would someone be able to identify me without having any form of identification? Bro. I looked in the doorway and saw a man and a woman standing there. My parents followed my gaze and saw them too. Excuse me, but is this Jane Arkansas's room? The woman asked. Yes, my mother answered. Who are you? I'm Margaret. And this is Peter. My husband. She gestured to the man beside her. We're Jeff's parents. I sat up in my bed. I'm Isabel. This is my husband Greg, and our daughter Jane. Mom gestured to me. So you're the girl who ran in with the fire extinguisher, Margaret said. Yes, I replied quietly, embarrassed. Is your son all right? He just came out of surgery a few hours ago. The doctor said he will be fine. I relaxed at the thought. That's good, I said. Listen, I know what happened to Jeff and Lou on our first day of school. Then I told Jeff's parents what really happened to Randy and his crew. We had no idea that Jeff was capable of something like this, Peter said. I'm willing to testify that Lou didn't beat up anyone, and that Jeff only beat up Randy and the gang in self-defense. No need, Margaret said. Lou is being released from jail after what happened to those boys. That's good, I said. We just came to say thank you for trying to help our son, Jane. It warms my heart to see selfless people in your generation. Ugh. I blushed. I didn't do anything anyone would have done in my situation. That's what it says. I looked down. I'm not a hero. Nonsense, Margaret said. The least we can do is invite you over to our place for dinner when Jeff gets out of the hospital. I looked at Mom and Dad. It would be an honor, my mom said. It's settled then. We'll call you as soon as Jeff gets out of the hospital. We said our goodbyes and they left. About 2 days passed, and I was allowed to be released from the hospital. During that time, I had no contact with Jeff or his family, but I heard that Lou was released from jail and Jeff's wounds are healing. When I got back to school, I became the center of attention, more or less because I was the one who saw what happened at the party. But the only people I told about what happened were my friends, Danny, Marcy, and Erica. Who the fuck are these people? I didn't know what to tell them, so I told them what I saw. Sounds like Jeff got his ass handed to him, said Danny, and she raven black hair with sapphire blue eyes. She was usually the most level-headed of us. But at least he went down fighting. I heard he took those idiots to the hospital with him, Erica sneered. She was always dressed like she was from the 80s or something. Long thigh-high rainbow-colored socks with hair to match, and always wearing some kind of black backpack with her. That doesn't sound 80s to me, but whatever. He also took Jane to the hospital. Maybe she was trying to beat him up too. Marcy laughed. She seemed to be the girly girl out of our little group. She was blonde with brown eyes, and nearly every time we saw her she had some sort of pink on her. Oh, of course, of course. Whenever it, whether it was the color of her shirt or the jewelry around her neck, and she was the biggest drama queens I knew. One of the biggest drama queens I knew. Always stretching out the truth and blowing something out of proportion. I told you, I went over there to try and help Jeff because something was wrong, I muttered. I was the plain Jane. Brown hair, green eyes, completely unremarkable looks-wise. Or maybe you wanted to see your love one last time before he left to go get help for himself, Marcy said in her dramatic voice. I just looked at her with my eyes the size of dinner plates. What? You can't deny it, Jane Arkansas. You have a crush on Jeff. Every blood cell in my body decided to migrate to my face at once when she said that. What? No, just wanted to help him, that's all. Liar. I saw you leave the note on I saw you leave that note you left on his desk. What was it? A confession of your love for him? No, it was nothing like that at all. I was just... So you admit you left a note for him then? What do you mean? I was guessing. She gave me a cynical little smile and waited for my response. The other girl started laughing at me. Jane, it's only a joke. I was just kidding. Marcy smiled. Your face is redder than a tomato, Erica cackled. I hate all of you, I grumbled. Oh, stop being so serious. Danny put a hand on my shoulder. Come on, let's get to class. The weeks went by. Ugh, everything seemed to be normal. I think Lou even made a few friends. Everything was normal and nothing happened. Then Lou came up to me one day and told me about Jeff. Excuse me, your name is Jane, right? I turned around and looked. It was Lou. Yes, you're Lou, right? Jeff's brother. Yeah. He looked a little uncomfortable. Then again, so was I. Look, my parents wanted me to tell you that Jeff is getting his bandages removed in a few days, so expect a phone call inviting you to dinner soon. Okay, well, thank you, I said. He was about to turn away when I said, Hey, listen, what you did for Jeff, that was really respectable. Thanks. I heard you tried to help my brother with a fire extinguisher. That was cool. Yeah, well, thanks. See you around, I guess. Yeah. See ya. What riveting dialogue. Oh my goodness. I can't take this seriously whatsoever. Holy shit. I'm gonna take a break after this one because my voice is starting to go. And then I'll try and finish up the rest. Okay. I was watching him walk away when I heard a little voice beside me say, Cheating on your boyfriend, are you? The fuck? I turned around, surprised. It was Marcy. And with his own brother, nonetheless. She fake gasped. Shut up, I yelled. Then I turned my head to make sure Lou didn't hear me. He didn't. Let's just get to class, I grumbled. 2 days passed until the phone rang. My mom answered it. A few minutes later, she got off and told me this. Jeff is getting out of the hospital today, Jane. I looked up at her and said, That's great. It looks like we'll be having that dinner in a few days. She chuckled. A few hours passed and I heard a car pull into the driveway across the street. I looked out the window and saw Jeff's car in front of its house. Okay. Weird way to write that. Jeff's home, I thought. I decided to watch out of curiosity to see what he would look like. Dear God, how wrong I was. His dad got out, then his mom, then Lou. But what I expected Jeff to look like couldn't be farther from what I saw. He had long black hair down to his shoulders, white leathery skin, and that smile. ... That smile was the same smile I saw when he was in class after he beat up Randy, Keith, and Troy. But Jeff looked right at me. Into my eyes, I could feel those soulless, sadistic eyes burn right into my soul. I still shake from the memory, even now as I type this. God damn. He seemed to be looking at me for hours with that smile until he looked away. I saw him walk into the house with his parents. I didn't even breathe until the door finally closed behind them. My parents came into the living room and asked what was wrong. My only reply was a long, loud scream. Then I fainted. Oh, creepypasta writers. Oh, how I love you. When, when I finally woke up, it was dark outside. My parents weren't in their bedroom. The house was quiet, deathly quiet. I got up and went downstairs. I was wearing a long nightgown that I wasn't wearing before I fainted. I went downstairs to the kitchen. The lights were on, which was unusual. My parents always told me to turn off the lights when the lights, hold on. The lights were on, which was unusual. My parents always told me to turn off the lights in a room when I left it. Okay. There was a note on the table. I picked it up. Scrawled on the paper was this: "Aren't you coming to dinner? Your friends are here too." I began to shake violently. I dropped the paper. I went to the living room window and looked out. The lights were on in Jeff's house. I knew that I had to go there, but I was terrified out of my mind. I shook my head and looked back again. I saw Jeff leaning on the window on his house, staring at me with a knife in his hand and tapping the window. Tap, tap, tap. He was still smiling. Tap, tap, tap. I started stepping back from the window, never taking my eyes off of him. Then I turned away and ran away from the window into the kitchen. When I peeked out of the window to look out the window... What? Hold on. When I peeked out of the kitchen to look out of the window, all I saw was a smear of red on the window. I turned around and looked back and looked at the kitchen. Everything seemed to be in its place, even the knives. I grabbed one of them and held on tight. Then I found the phone and tried to dial 911, but the phone line was disconnected. I had no idea where Dad's cell phone was, or if it was even fixed. I didn't want to go upstairs to find it. I didn't want to get stabbed in the back while I was looking for it. And if I went to ask one of the neighbors for help, Jeff could kill or hurt whoever he had captive. That is what it says. Whoever he have captive. So there was only one choice: to go fight Jeff alone. I clutched the knife tighter and went to the front door and put my shoes on. I went outside. My hand lingered on the doorknob as I stepped outside, but I knew what I had to do. I let go of the doorknob and marched across the street to Jeff's house. As soon as I got closer to the front of the door of his house, I began to slow down. My knees began to shake. My palms began to sweat. Vomit on a sweater already. Mom spaghetti! And then I started to breathe faster and shallower. Before I knew it, I was standing completely still on the front doorstep, panting like a dog. I manned up and grabbed the doorknob, squeezed my eyes shut, and jerked it open. I stood there in the doorway with a knife in my right hand and the doorknob in my left, too terrified to open my eyes, until I heard a voice say, "Looks like you made it. I'm glad you did, friend." I opened my eyes, then screamed. His eyes were large and unblinking. His smile was red. He had carved a smile into his face! Exclamation point. His clothes were covered in blood. And then I passed out. When I woke up, I was at the dining room table. My knife was gone. And when I looked up, I saw people sitting at the table. It was my parents, Jeff's parents, his brother Lou, and my friends. They were all dead, with smiles carved into their faces and huge red cavities in their chests. The smell was unbearable. It was indescribable. I don't even know how you spell that. Whatever. Unlike anything I've ever smelled before. It was the smell of death. I tried to scream, but I had a gag in my mouth, and I was tied to a chair. I looked around the room in disbelief. Tears were welling up in my eyes from the sight of and the smell of the bodies. Keep yawning, oh boy. Look who's finally awake. I turned and looked beside me. Jeff was there. I tried screaming, but my gag was in the way. Suddenly, he was beside me with a knife against my throat. Shh! Shush, shush, shush. It's not polite to scream at friends. He He began sliding the blade across my face, constantly tracing invisible lines from the corners of my mouth up to my cheeks in a large grinning smile. I shivered as he did this, until I turned away from him and grabbed the back of my head. But when I turned away from him, he grabbed the back of my head and forced me to look at the scene at the table. Now, don't be rude. You're insulting everybody by not looking at their pretty faces. I looked back at the table, looking at everyone with their faces carved into smiles, and some of their chests still bleeding fresh blood. Hot tears began running down my face, and I began to sob. "Aw, what's wrong?" Jeff purred. "Are you upset that you don't look beautiful like them?" I looked at him, trying to understand what he said, but I looked away when I saw the faces again, and looked back to the table. "Don't worry, I'll make you look beautiful too. What do you say?" He then slid the knife under the gag and cut it. I spat out the gag and looked at him straight in his eyes, trying to hold his gaze. He tilted his head to the side as he looked back at me. He just stopped yawning. Jeez. He tilted his head to the side as he looked back at me. Then I shut my eyes and looked away from him. Then I muttered darkly, "Go fuck yourself." Then I turned to look at him again. "You Joker rejects." He just laughed in my face. I preferred it when he just smiled. What? For the original Jane the Killer story, please see Jane's letter, aka Jane the Killer. What? Wait, is this not it? Oh my god. This is not the original. Whatever, I'm counting it. I'm counting it. I read Jane the Killer. I did. It seems to end there because then it looks like a copy paste of the same story right after that. Okay, whatever. I read the thing. I read the damn thing. I read it. I did it. Okay. So now I'm gonna take a break. I feel lightheaded. I'm gonna drink some water. Yeah, you guys take a break too. Go get some snacks or something. I will be back in a bit. I will play some music. And yeah, see you in a bit. We're back. I still have a cough, so the throat clearing isn't going away. But I've had water and a snack. Hopefully, you have also had water and a snack. Those are good for you. Okay. Fuck's sake. Really have to cough as soon as I unmute. God fucking damn it. Oh well. Such is life. Alright, next. What do I want to read? Okay, let's do Smile Dog. Also requested by Gorio. Hello. You're still lurking. Hell yeah, appreciate it. We're reading another one of your requests. Yippee. Alright, let's get to it. I first met in person with Mary E. in the summer of 2007. I had arranged with her husband of 15 years, Terrence, to see her for an interview. Mary had initially agreed, since I was not a newsman, but rather an amateur writer, gathering information for a few early college assignments. Hold on, I forgot to get up on my monitor. Go. Yeah, for a few early college assignments, and if all went according to plan, some pieces of fiction. We scheduled the interview for a particular weekend when I was in Chicago on unrelated business, but at the moment, Mary changed her mind and locked herself in the couple's bedroom, refusing to meet with me. For half an hour, I sat with Terrence as we camped outside the bedroom, I listening and taking notes while he attempted fruitlessly to calm his wife. The things Mary said to me made little sense, but fit with the pattern I was expecting. Though I could not see her, I could tell from her voice that she was crying. And more often than not, her objections to speak with me centered around an incoherent diatribe on her dreams, her nightmares. Terrence apologized profusely when we ceased the exercise, and I did my best to take it in stride. Recall that I wasn't a reporter in search of a story, but merely a curious young man in search of information. Besides, I thought at the time that I could perhaps find another, similar case if I put my mind and resources to it. Mary E. was the CISOP? For a small Chicago-based bulletin board system in 1992, when she first encountered Smile.jpg. Yeah. And her life changed forever. She and Terrence had been married for only 5 months. Mary was one of an estimated 400 people who saw the image when it was posted as a hyperlink on the BBS, though she is the only one to have spoken openly about the experience. The rest have remained anonymous or are perhaps dead. In 2005, when I was only in 10th grade, Smile.jpg was first brought to my attention by a burgeoning interest in web-based phenomena. Mary was the most often cited victim of what is sometimes referred to as Smile.dog. The being Smile.jpg is reputed to display. What caught my interest, other than the obvious macabre elements of the cyber legend and its proclivity towards such things, was a sheer lack of information, usually to the point that people didn't believe it even exists, other than as rumor or hoax. It is unique because, though the entire phenomena centers on a picture file, that file is nowhere to be found on the internet. Sure. Certainly, many photo-manipulated simulacra litter the web. Jeez. very wordy. Holy shit. Showing up with the most frequency on sites such as Imageboard 4chan, particularly in the /x/focused, okay, paranormal subboard. It is suspected that these are fakes because they do not have the effect that the true smile.jpg is believed to have, namely sudden onset temporal lobe epilepsy and acute anxiety. This purported reaction in the viewer is one of the reasons the phantom-like smile.jpg is regarded with such disdain, since it is what did I miss? Hello! Welcome! we Welcome to chat. We are currently reading Smile Dog. We have read quite a few so far, and I still have a few left, so don't worry. The stream isn't going to be ending anytime soon, most likely. Okay. Yeah, this purported reaction in the viewer is one of the reasons the phantom-like smile.jpg is regarded with such disdain, since it is patently absurd. Still, depending on whom you ask, the reluctance to acknowledge smile.jpg's existence might be just as much out of fear as it is out of disbelief. Neither smile.jpg nor SmileDog is mentioned anywhere on Wikipedia, although the website features articles on such other, perhaps more scandalous shock sites, such as, and then it's redacted, and then this is hello.jpg. Smile Dog, spread the word, exactly. Yeah, hello, ghost person. Welcome, welcome. Happy to have you. Or two girls, one cup. Oh no. Anyway, uh, any attempt to create a page pertaining to smile.jpg is summarily. I think it's trying to say similarly, but it says like summary, but like illy. Very weird. I have a pen mustache and goatee. Hell yeah. That is a vibe for sure. Similarly deleted by any of the encyclopedia's main admins. Encounters with Smile.jpg are stuff of internet legend. Mary E's story is not unique. There are unverified rumors of Smile.jpg showing up in the early days of Usenet? I don't know what that is. And even one persistent tale that in 2002 a hacker flooded the forums for humor and satire website Something Awful with a deluge of smile dog pictures, rendering almost half the forum's users at the time epileptic. It is also said that in the mid to late 90s, Smile.jpg circulated on Usenet as an attachment of a chain email with the subject line, Smile, God loves you. I forgot about that, wow. Yet, despite the huge exposure these stunts would generate, uh, there are very few who would admit to having experienced any of them, and no trace of the file or any link has ever been discovered. Those who claim to have seen Smile.jpg often weakly joke that they were far too busy to save a copy of the picture to have to their hard drive. However, all alleged victims offer the same description of the photo, a dog-like creature usually described as appearing similar to a Siberian husky, illuminated by the flash of a camera, sitting in a dim room, the only background detail that is visible being a human hand extending from the darkness, near the left side of the frame. The hand is empty, but is usually described as beckoning. Of course, most attention is given to the dog, or dog creature, as some victims are more certain than others about what they claim to have seen. The muzzle of the beast is reputed, reputedly split into a wide grin, revealing two rows of very white, straight, very sharp, very human-looking teeth. This, of course, not a description given immediately after viewing the picture, but rather a recollection of the victims, who claim to have seen the picture endlessly repeat in their mind's eye during the time they are in reality having epileptic fits. These fits are reported to continue interdeterminately, often with the victim's sleep, resulting in very vivid and disturbing nightmares. These may be treated with medication, though in some cases it is more effective than others. Mary E., I assume, was not on effective medication. This is why, after my visit to her apartment in 2007, I sent out feelers to several folks in urban legend oriented news groups, websites, and mailing lists, hoping to find the name of a supposed victim of Smile.jpg felt more interested about their talking about their experiences. For a time, nothing happened, and at length I completely forgot about my pursuits. Since I had begun my freshman year of college and was quite busy, Mary contacted me via email, however, beginning near the beginning of March 2008. And then it just says like to from subject last summer's interview. Dear Mr. L, I'm incredibly sorry about my behavior last summer when you came to interview me. I hope you understand that it was no fault of yours, but rather my own problems that led me to act out as I did. I realized that I could have handled the situation more decorously, I guess. However, I hope you will forgive me. At the time, I was afraid. You see, for 15 years I had been haunted by Smile.jpg. Smile Dog comes to me in my sleep, every night. I know that sounds silly, but it's true. There's an ineffable quality about my dreams, my nightmares, that make them completely unlike any real dreams I have ever had. I do not move and do not speak. I simply look around, and the only thing ahead of me is the screen from that horrible picture. I see the beckoning hand, and I see Smile Dog. It talks to me. It is not a dog, of course, although I'm not quite sure what it really is. It tells me it will leave me alone if I only do as it asks. All I must do, it says, is spread the word. That is how it phrases its demands. I know exactly what it means. It wants me to show it to someone else. Ooh. And I could. The week after my incident, a mail, uh, I received the mail a manila envelope with no return address. Inside was a 3.5-inch floppy diskette. Without having to check, I knew precisely what was on it. I thought for a long time about my options. I could show it to a stranger, a coworker, even show it to Terrence. As much as the idea disgusted me. What would happen then? Well, if Smile Dog kept its word, I could sleep. But if it lied, what would I do? And who was to say something worse would not come for me if I did as the creature asked? So I did nothing for 15 years. I kept the diskette hidden amongst my things. Every night for 15 years, Smile Dog has come to me in my sleep and demanded that I spread the word. For 15 years, I have stood strong, though there have been hard times. Many of my fellow victims on the BBS board where I first encountered Smile.jpg stopped posting. I heard some of them committed unalive. Can't say it because YouTube. Others remained completely silent, simply disappearing off the face of the web. They're the ones I worry about the most. I sincerely hope you will forgive me, Mr. L. But last summer when you contacted me and my husband about the interview, I was near my breaking point. I decided I was going to give you the floppy diskette. I did not care if Smile Dog was lying or not. I wanted it to end. You were a stranger, someone I had no connection with, and I thought I would not feel sorrow when you took the diskette as part of your research and sealed your fate. Before you arrived, I realized what I was doing, plotting to ruin your life. I could not stand the thought, and in fact, I still cannot. I am ashamed, Mr. L, and I hope that this warning will dissuade you from further investigation of Smile.jpg. You may in time encounter someone who is, if not weaker than I, then wholly, what? Then wholly more depraved, someone who will not hesitate to follow Smile Dog's orders. Stop while you are still whole. Sincerely, Mary E. Terrence contacted me later that month with the news that his wife had killed herself. Oh no. Uh, while cleaning up the various things she left behind and closing email accounts and the like, he happened upon the message above. He was a man in shambles. He wept as he told me he listened to his wife's advice. He found the diskette, he revealed, and burnt it until there was nothing but a stinking pile of blackened plastic. Uh, the part that disturbed him, however, was how the diskette had hissed as it melted, like some sort of animal, he said. I will admit that I was a little uncertain how to respond to this. At first I thought perhaps it was a joke, with a couple blatantly playing with the situation in order to get a rise out of me. A quick check of several Chicago newspapers' online obituaries, however, proved that Mary E. was indeed dead. There was, of course, no mention of self unaliving in the article. I decided that, for the time at least, I would not further pursue the subject of smile.jpg, especially since I had finals coming up at the end of May. But the world has odd ways of testing us. For almost a year, I'd returned from my disastrous interview with Mary E., but almost a full year after, yeah, I received another email from some sort of email, subject smile. Hello, I found your email address through a mailing list. Your profile said you were interested in Smile Dog. I have I have saw it. It is not as bad as everyone says. I have sent it to you here. Just spread the word, smiley face. The the final line chilled me to the bone. According to my email client, there was one file attachment called naturally smile.jpg. I considered downloading it for some time. It was most likely fake, I imagined. And even if it weren't, I was never wholly convinced of smile.jpg's peculiar powers. Mary E's account had shaken me, yes, but she was probably mentally unbalanced anyway. After all, how could a simple image do what smile.jpg was said to accomplish? What sort of creature was it that could break one's mind with the power of the eye? Only the power of the eye. As if such things were patently absurd, uh, then why did the legend exist at all? If I downloaded the image, if I looked at it, and if Mary turned out to be correct, if Smile Dog came to me in my dreams demanding I spread the word, what would I do? Would I live my life as Mary had, fighting against the urge to give in until I died? Or would I simply spread the word, eager to be put to rest? And if I choose the latter route, how would I do it? Whom would I burden in turn? If I went through with my earlier intention to write a short article about Smile.jpg, I decided I could attach it as evidence, and anyone who read the article who would take interest would be affected. And even assuming that Smile.jpg attached to the email was genuine, would I be capricious, I guess they say that, enough to save myself in that manner? Could I spread the word? Yes. Yes, I could. And then underneath is the picture. Ooh. Oh no. I am cursed. It is actually called smile.jpg if I save it. That's funny. I know it's a WebP file. Pfft. That's bullshit. It's not even real. Wow. This one always did kind of mess with me because it falls under that category of like, but what if it is true? You know? It's always fallen under that umbrella. As a kid, I always was like, kind of worried, like, psh, there's no way. But in the back of my head, I'm still like, but what if there is a way? Just what if? What if it is real? And of course it's not. That's stupid. But like when you're that young, you're like, you don't know. You don't know. Anyway, so that was that one. What should we read next? We have only 3 more requests. Unless you guys want me to read something else. You just noticed him in the background? Yeah, I was wondering how long it was going to take for someone to notice him. I wondered how long it would take somebody to notice little Slendy in the background. What are we, like 3 hours in? Hold on. 2.5 hours. Yep. Used to watch Creepypastas from a Dutch YouTube channel. Nice. I used to watch Jordan What's His Face who did those like art speed paints while narrating the creepypastas. Yeah. I was animating a quick thing and then I noticed. Yeah, he's there. He's chilling. He lives in the woods outside of my manor. We're cool though. We're cool. We have a truce going on. It's fine. He doesn't fuck with me, I don't fuck with him. It's fine. He just wants to leave his little doodles on the trees sometimes, and as long as I don't mess with them, then we're cool. Okay, so we have up next is either Sonic.exe or Ben Drowned. Did I translate the creepypastas from the Dutch channel someday? If you want to. I don't know if I'll do another creepypasta reading stream again, unless you guys really want another one. I am enjoying it. It's definitely testing my voice, especially since I am still getting over a cough. But it is nice. It is nice to just sit and read stuff out loud. Ben Drowned. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Wait, we have Eyeless Jack, Ben Drowned, and Sonic.exe. That's what I have up next. I guess we're doing Ben Drowned. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. This one was also originally requested by Gorio, though. Ben Drowned. Hell yeah. Ben Drowned was never one that scared me because I found it kind of dumb in the sense that, like, you're describing all these spooky things happening in a video game, but, like, I can't see it for myself. So it feels weird to just imagine it, like you're just imagining it being messed up and, like, spooky, ooh, but it's, I don't know, described, like, how the way it's described is not scary to me. It just isn't. It's like, oh, how to describe it? It just doesn't sound scary. Like, it's a visual medium, and it's different from, like, if you're in, like, a situation where, like, you're being chased by a serial killer. I can see, like, describing that's scary, but then if you're describing something happening, like, you're just watching your corrupted video game mess up, that doesn't sound scary, at least in my opinion. In any case, I will quit yapping. There are visuals for the creepypasta. Huh? That's cool. I don't speak Dutch, so I do not know this channel. But yeah, if you want to translate it and post it online, you totally can. No one's stopping you. Alright. Ben Drowned. It says Ben Drowned Part 1, Day 4. But it looks like the original one, so I'm gonna assume that this is correct. Okay. I need your help with this. This is not copypasta. This is a long read, but I feel like my safety or well-being could depend on this. This is video game related, specifically Majora's Mask, and this is the creepiest shit that has ever happened to me in my entire life. Having said that, I recently moved into my dorm room, starting as a sophomore in college. And a friend of mine gave me his old Nintendo 64 to play. I was stoked, to say the least. I could finally play all those old games of my youth that I hadn't touched in at least a decade. His Nintendo 64 came with one yellow controller and a rather shoddy copy of Super Smash Bros. And while beggars can't be choosers, needless to say, it didn't take long until I became bored of beating up level 9 CPUs. That weekend I decided to drive around a few neighborhoods, about 20 minutes or so off campus, hitting up local garage sales, hoping to score on some good deals from ignorant parents. I ended up picking up a copy of Pokemon Stadium, GoldenEye, Buck yeah, it says in parentheses, F-Zero, and 2 other controllers for $2. Satisfied, I began to drive out of the neighborhood when one last house caught my attention. I still have no idea why it did. There were no cars there, and only one table was set up with random junk on it. But something sort of drew me there. I usually trust my gut on these things, so I got out of the car and I was greeted by an old man. His outward appearance was, for lack of a better word, displeasing. It was odd, if you asked me to tell you why I thought he was displeasing. I couldn't really pinpoint anything. There was just something about him that put me on edge. I can't explain it. All I can tell you is that excuse me. All I can tell you is that if it wasn't in the middle of the afternoon and there were other people within shouting distance, I wouldn't have thought of approaching this man. He flashed a crooked smile at me and asked what I was looking for. I immediately noticed that he must be blind in one of his eyes. His right eye had that glazed over look about it. I forced myself to look in his left eye instead, trying not to offend, and asked him if he had any old video games. I was already wondering how I could politely excuse myself from the situation when he was about to tell me he had no idea what video game was. But to my surprise, he said he had one of those. He had a few ones in an old box. He assured me that he'd be back in a jiffy and turned to head back into the garage. As I waited, I watched as I goodness. As I watched him hobble away, I couldn't help but notice what he was selling on his table. Littered across the table were rather peculiar things. Various artworks that looked like ink blots that psychiatrists might show you. Curious, I looked through them. It was obvious why no one was visiting this guy's garage sale. These weren't exactly aesthetically pleasing. As I came to the last one, for some reason it looked almost like Majora's Mask. The same heart-shaped body with little spikes protruding outward. Initially I thought that was since I was secretly hoping to find that game at the garage sales, but some Fruitinan bullshit was projecting itself into the ink blots. But given the events that had happened afterwards, I'm not so sure now. I should have asked the man about it. I wish I would have asked the man about it. After staring at the Majora-shaped blot, I looked up and the old man was suddenly there again, arms length in front of me, smiling at me. I'll admit I jumped out of reflex, and I laughed nervously when he handed me the Nintendo 64 cartridge. It was the standard gray color, except with someone had written Majora on the back in permanent marker. I got butterflies on my stomach as I realized what a coincidence this was, and asked him how much he wanted for it. The old man smiled at me and told me that I could have it for free. That it used to belong to a kid that was about my age, that he didn't live here anymore. There's something weird about how the man phrased that, but I didn't really pay much attention to it then. I was too caught up in not only finding the game, but getting it for free. I reminded myself to be skeptical, since this looked like a pretty shady cartridge, and there's no guarantee it would work. But then the optimist inside me interjected that maybe it was some kind of beta version, or pirated version of the game, and that was all I needed to be back on Cloud 9. I thanked the man, and the man smiled at me and wished me well, saying, "Goodbye, then." At least that's what it sounded like to me. All the way in the car ride home, I had a nagging doubt that the man had said something else. My fears were then confirmed when I booted up the game. To my surprise, it worked just fine. And there was one file named simply Ben. "Goodbye, Ben," he was saying. "Goodbye, Ben." I felt bad for the man. Obviously a grandparent, and obviously going senile. And I, for some reason or another, reminded him of his grandson, Ben. Out of curiosity, I looked at the save file. Eyeballing it, I could tell that he was pretty far in the game. He had almost all of the masks and 3 out of 4 remains of the bosses. I noticed that he had used an owl statue to save his game, and he was on the 3rd day, and by the Stone Tower Temple, with hardly an hour left before the moon would crash. I remember thinking that it was a shame that he had to come so close to beating the game but never finished it. I made a new file named Link out of tradition and started the game, ready to relive my childhood. For such a shady-looking game cartridge, I was impressed with how smoothly it ran. Literally just like a retail copy of the game, save for a few minor hiccups here and there, like textures being where they shouldn't be, random flashes of cutscenes at odd intervals, but nothing too bad. However, the only thing that was a little unnerving was at times the NPCs would call me Link, and other times they would call me Ben. I figured it was just a bug, a fluke in the programming causing our files to get mixed up or something. It did kind of creep me out, though, after a while. And it was around after I had beaten the Woodfall Temple that I regrettably went into the save files and deleted Ben. I had intended to preserve the file just out of respect for the game's original owner. It's not like I needed the files anyway, hoping that it would solve the problem. It didn't, and I didn't, and it didn't. Now NPCs wouldn't call me anything. Where my name would be in the dialogue, there was just a blank space. My save file name was still called Link, though. Frustrated and with homework to do, I put the game down for the day. I started playing the game again last night, getting the lens of truth and working my way towards completing the Shadowhead Temple. Now, some of you more hardcore Majora's Mask players know about the 4th day glitch. For those who don't know, you can Google it, but the gist of it is that as the clock is about to hit 00000 on the final day, you talk to the astronomer and look through the telescope. This is calming. Aw, thanks. Glad you enjoy. I think I have a pretty nice voice, actually. If you time it right, the countdown appears and you essentially have another day to finish whatever you were doing. Deciding to do the glitch, to try and finish the Shadowhead Temple, I happened to get it on the first try, and the time counter at the bottom disappeared. However, when I pressed B to exit the telescope, instead of being greeted by the astronomer, I found myself in the Majora boss fighting room, goodness, at the end of the game, the trippy boxed-in area. Staring at Skull Kid hovering above me, there was no sound, just him floating in the air above me, and the creepy background music, which was regular for the area, but still creepy. Immediately, my palms began to sweat. This was definitely not normal. Skull Kid never appeared here. I tried moving around the area, and no matter where I went, Skull Kid would always be facing me, looking at me, not saying anything. Nothing would happen, though, and this kept up for around 60 seconds. I thought the game had bugged or something, but then I was beginning to doubt that very much. I was about to reach for the reset button when the text appeared on my screen. You're not sure why, but you apparently had a reservation. I instantly recognized that text. You get that message when you get a room key from Anju at the Stockpot Inn. But why was it playing here? I refused to entertain the notion that it was almost as if the game was trying to communicate with me. I started navigate the room again, how it's written, testing to see if it was in fact some sort of trigger that had enabled me to interact with something here. And then I realized how stupid I was. To even think that someone could reprogram the game like this was absurd. Sure enough, 15 seconds later, another message appeared on the screen. And again, like the first one, it was already a pre-existing phrase. Go to the lair of the temple's boss? Yes/no. I paused for a second, contemplating what I should do, contemplating what I should press, and how the game would react. When I realized I couldn't select no, taking a deep breath, I pressed yes, and the screen faded to white with the words "Dawn of a New Day," with the subtext, and then there's just like a bunch of straight lines beneath it. Huh? Is that a reference to something? I don't get it. But regardless, welcome to chat. Welcome, welcome. We are reading Ben Drowned at the moment. Where was I? Where I was ported to filled me with the most intense sense of dread and impending fear I had ever experienced. The only way I can describe how I felt here is having this feeling of inexplicable, goodness, depression on a profound scale. I am normally not a depressed person, but the way I felt here was fleeting. That I didn't even know. Wait. Hold on. having an aneurysm. I'm normally not a depressed person, but the way I felt here was a feeling that I didn't even knew existed. Okay. It was such a twisted, powerful presence that seemed to wash over me. I appeared in some kind of weird Twilight Zone version of Clocktown. I walked out of the clock tower, as you normally do when you start from day one, only to find that all the inhabitants were gone. Usually with the fourth day glitch, you can still find the guards and the dog that runs outside the tower. This time they were all gone. What replaced them was, the ominous feeling that there was something out there, in the same area as me, as that it was watching me. I had 4 hearts to my name and the hero's bow, but at this point I wasn't even considered for my avatar. Okay. I felt that was in some kind of danger. Perhaps the most chilling thing was the music. It was the song of healing, ripped straight from the game itself, but played in reverse. The music would get louder, building up so as if you could expect something to pop out at you, but nothing ever did, and the constant loop began to wear on my mental state. Every now and then I would hear the faint laugh of the happy mask salesman in the background, just quiet enough so that I wasn't sure if I was just hearing things, but just loud enough that it kept me determined to find him. I looked in all 4 zones of Clocktown, only to find nothing. No one. Textures were missing, West Clocktown had me walking on air, the entire area felt broken. Hopelessly broken. As the reverse song of healing repeated for what must have been the 50th time, I just remember standing in the middle of South Clocktown, realizing that I had never felt so alone in a video game before. As I walked through the ghost town, I didn't know whether it was a combination of the out-of-place textures and the atmosphere and the haunting melody of the one peaceful and soothing song being butchered and distorted. I beg to differ. I think that song's creepy even when it's regular. Anyway. But I was literally on the verge of tears, and I had no idea why. I hardly ever cry. Something had gripped me here, and this powerful sense of depression that was both foreign and crippling. I tried leaving Clocktown, but every time I attempted to zone out, the screen would fade to black, and I was just zoned in another part of Clocktown. I tried playing my ocarina. I wanted to escape, and I did not want to be here. But every time I played the Song of Time or the Song of Soaring, it would only say, "Your notes echo far, but nothing happens." By this point, it was obvious the game didn't want me to leave, but I had no idea why it was keeping me here. I didn't want to go inside the buildings. I felt that it would be too vulnerable. I would be too vulnerable there to whatever I was terrified of. I don't know why, but I came up with the idea that maybe if I drowned myself at the laundry pool, I could spawn somewhere else and leave this place. ASMR streamer reads yellow creepypastas. Yeah, that's kind of what this is. This is basically just an ASMR stream. Except my mic quality is just a webcam, so it could be better. I want to get a new mic at some point, but it's not that much of a priority for me, so I haven't bought one, so we're sticking with the crunchy webcam for a while. Sorry, not sorry. As I zoned in and ran towards the pool, that's when it happened. Link grabbed his head, and the screen flashed for a brief moment of the happy mask salesman smiling at me, not Link. Me with Skull Kid's scream playing in the background, and when the screen returned, sorry. I'm kind of fading, I'm trying to read this. When the screen returned, I was staring at Link's statue from playing the song Elegy of Emptiness. I screamed as the thing just stared back at me with that haunting facial expression. This is like re-listening to my childhood, isn't it? Yeah, I agree. Man, I haven't read any of these in so long. Actually, tangent, but I drew Jeff the Killer for the first time, like full-ass drawing, like a couple days ago. And I was so proud of it. I was so happy with it. Wait. I want to show it. I want to show it on stream. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I want to show it real quick because I'm happy with it. Just, it's not loading. It's not loading. No. Oh my god. Okay, well, never mind. My internet's being slow. Maybe later. It's on my personal socials. But yeah, I never drew him like fully until recently, and that it felt so nice. It really did feel like childhood again. Anyway, let's go back to the story. Where was I? Yeah, I screamed as the thing just stared back at me with that haunting facial expression. I turned back around and ran out and back into South Clocktown, and to my horror, the fucking statue followed me. In the only way I can compare this is like the weeping angels from Doctor Who, who often at random intervals the animation would play of the statue appearing behind me. It was like the thing was chasing me, or I don't even want to fucking say it, haunting me. By this point, I was on the verge of hysterics, but not even once did the thought of turning off the console occur to me. I don't know why, I was so wrapped up in it. The terror felt all so real. I tried to shake the statue, but it would literally appear right behind me every single time. Link started to begin to make weird animations I have never seen him do before. He would flail his arms around or spasm randomly, and the screen would cut to the happy mask salesman smiling at me again for a brief moment, before I was face to face with that fucking statue again. I ended up running into the Swordmaster's dojo and ran to the back. I don't know why, but in my panic, I just wanted some kind of assurance that I'm not alone here. To my dismay, I found no one, but as I turned back to leave the statue cornered, as I, wait, but as I turned to leave, the statue cornered me in the QB cubby. God, I thought it said QB, like cubes. God, wow. Cornered me in the cubby in the back. I tried attacking the statue with my sword, but to no avail. Confused and backed into a corner, I just stared at the statue, waiting for it to kill me. Suddenly, the screen flashed again to the happy mask salesman, and Link turned to face my screen, standing upright, mirroring the statue. Looking at me, along with his copy, literally staring at me. Whatever was left of the fourth wall was completely shattered, while I ran out of the dojo terrified. Suddenly, the game warped me to an underground tunnel, and the reverse song of healing queued up again, and I was given a brief moment of rest before the statue started appearing behind me again, this time aggressively. I could only take a few steps before it would summon behind me again. I hurriedly made my way out of the tunnel and appeared in the southern Clocktown. As I ran aimlessly, the sheer panic, suddenly a re-dead screamed. Yeah, a re-dead screamed, and the screen faded to black as a dawn of a new day and the vertical lines appeared again. The screen faded in, and I was standing on the top of Clock Tower with Skull Kid hovering over me again, silent. I looked up and the moon was back, looming just meters above my head. But the Skull Kid just stared at me hauntingly with that fucking mask. A new song was being played. Stone Tower Temple theme played in reverse. In some sort of desperate attempt, I equipped my bow and fired a shot at Skull Kid. And it actually hit him, and he played an animation of him reeling back. I fired again, and on the third arrow, the text box appeared saying, "That won't do you any good, hee hee." And I was picked up off the ground, levitated upwards on my back, and then Link screamed as he burst into flames, instantly killing him. I do not remember this. Wow. Okay. I jumped when this happened. I had never seen this move used by anyone in the game, and Skull Kid himself didn't have any moves. As the death screen played, my lifeless body still burning. Ooh, the Skull Kid laughed and the screen faded to black, only to have me... Oh, excuse me. Only to have me reappear in the same place. I decided to charge him, but the same thing happened. Link's body was lifted off the ground by some unknown force and immediately burst into flames again, killing him. This time during the death screen, the faint sound of the reverse song of healing could be heard. On my third and final try, I noticed that there was no music playing this time, and that there was an eerie silence. I remembered that in the original encounter with the Skull Kid, you were supposed to use the ocarina to either travel back in time or summon the giants. I attempted to play the Song of Time, but before I could hit the last note, Link's body once again horrifically exploded into flames, and he died. That's what I mean, like, it's just, I can't take this seriously. It's so funny sounding. As the death screen neared its end, it began to chug, as if the cartridge was trying to process a lot of something. When the screen came to, it was the same screen as the first 3 times, except this time Link was lying on the ground, dead in a position I had never seen in the game before, his head tilted towards the camera, with the Skull Kid floating above him. I couldn't move, I couldn't press any buttons, all I could just do was stare at Link's dead body. After around 30 seconds of this, the game simply fades out with a message, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" before kicking you out of the title screen. Upon getting back to the title screen and starting again, I noticed my save files were no longer there. Instead of Link, it was replaced with Your Turn. Your Turn had 3 hearts, 0 masks, and no items. I selected Your Turn, and immediately when I did, I was returned to the clock tower rooftop scene of my Link dead and Skull Kid hovering over, with the Skull Kid's laughing loop again and again. I quickly hit the reset button, and when the game booted up again, there was one more file added below Your Turn entitled Ben. Ben's file is right back where it was before I deleted it, at the Stone Tower Temple with the moon almost crashing. I had turned the game off at that point. I'm not superstitious in any way. Wait, no. How is this? I'm not superstitious, but this is way too fucked up, even for me. I haven't played it at all today. Hell, I didn't even get any sleep last night. I kept hearing hearing the reverse song of healing music in my head, and just remembering the sense of dread I felt exploring Clocktown. I drove back to the old man's house today to ask him some questions with a buddy of mine. No way I was going there alone. Only to find that there was a for sale sign in the front yard, and when I rang the doorbell, no one was home. So now I'm back here, writing down the rest of my thoughts and recording what happened. Sorry if some of this has grammatical errors and whatnot. I'm running on no sleep here. I'm terrified of this game, even more so now that I've relived it a second time writing this all down. But I feel like there's still more to it than meets the eye. Transformers! And then there's something calling to me to investigate this further. I think Ben is something in this equation, but I don't know what. And if I could get a hold of the old man, goodness, then I would be able to find some answers. I need another day or so to recuperate before tackling this game again. It's already taken a toll on my sanity, I feel, but next time I do this, I'm going to be recording my footage all the way through. Yeah, Transformers mention! Hell yeah! The idea to record only came to me towards the end, so if you see the last few minutes of what I saw, including Skull Kid and the elegy statue, but it's on YouTube here. I'm going to stay in this thread for a little while longer before I fall asleep to answer any questions you guys might have, or hopefully listen to your ideas or theories to help me shed light into some of this, or maybe things I should try to do. I think I'm going to play Ben's file tomorrow to see what happens. Maybe I was supposed to do that all along. I don't believe in paranormal shit, but this is a little fucked up. But maybe this Ben guy is just a really good hacker slash programmer. I don't want to think about the alternatives if he isn't. That's the end of this, that is the end of the Creepypasta. I'm hoping that maybe this is some kind of running gag that developers had on the other people have gotten gag or hacked copies like this. This just really scares me. Was I supposed to say that part? I think so. Okay, well that was Ben Drowned. Yay, that was really cheesy. Who is pinging me on Discord? Oh, okay, doesn't matter. Making me a little sleepy in a good way. Aw. I'm glad I could soothe you to sleep. I don't know what time it is for you, but it is almost 5 p.m. for me. Should eat dinner soon, actually. But, hold on. I was able to save the Jeff drawing I made. I'm gonna show it. Okay. Slight jump scare for a creepy man with a bloody smile. This is your heads up. Oh, that's huge. It's massive. Hold on. It's almost 11 p.m. Oh, yeah. Should probably get to sleep soon. Probably. Look at this. I drew this. Look at him. Look at him. Look at this creepy motherfucker. Look at that. I'm so happy with it. I had such a fun time. Creepy ass man. Wait. Should I also have it in the background? Have it in the background. I could have Jeff in the background. Hold on, I can change the blending mode. Just have him in the background. I think that'd be funny. Wait, I should put it behind the camping chairs. Should I leave him there? Should I leave him? That's kind of funny. I think it's funny. I'm gonna leave him. I want to leave him. Yeah, 11 p.m. is pretty late. Hopefully you get some good sleep. Fucking Jeff in the background. That's funny. I'm gonna keep it. Alright, so... yeah, I'm keeping Jeff. I think it's funny. By the way, if you guys have any more last minute requests, feel free to drop them. Because I am having quite a fun time, and we are almost through all of the ones I wanted to read. So yeah, definitely let me know, and I will consider it if I can find it. So next we have either Eyeless Jack or Sonic.exe. So if either of those you would want to start first. Slendo Man. Maybe? Like, I didn't look that hard to see if there is any Slender Man creepypastas. I don't know if he really has one. I'm gonna look it up. Hold on. Original creepypasta. Is this it? Oh shit. Okay. Hold up. I mean, the origin of creepypasta as an urban legend was like a Photoshop type make a scary image type thing, I'm pretty sure. Do we have Tiki Toby yet? No. I'm hesitant to do him, to read that one, just because it didn't age very well in the sense of like demonizing people with Tourette's. So I don't know about that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how comfortable I feel with that one. But that is a classic though. That is, so fair. Hold on, I'm looking at Slenderman Creepypasta story. Oh, look at that. Oh. I don't think I've read this. Okay. Well, we have a short one I could read. Alright. Sure, let's do that. So this will be my first time reading this, unless I remember halfway through or something. Let's do that, and then we'll go to the other ones. Slenderman is how it is written. Goodbye, ghost person. Yay! It's a long name. Really just. Okay. Alright, sure. We'll read the Slenderman one I found. This is on the official Creepypasta website, so we're gonna assume it's right. Okay. After waking up with a jolt, the little girl laid in bed a few seconds longer, reaching over to switch on her bedside lamp. She tried to remember exactly what had stolen her sweet slumber away. When she couldn't, the brunette swung her legs over the side of the bed and heaved herself up. Checking the time on her phone, she snorted when she saw it was midnight, the witching hour. Knowing that sleep would only evade her, she left her bedroom for the kitchen, a good cup of coffee on her mind. As she passed by her front door, a chill spread like liquid fire down her spine. Ew. That sounds gross. It's only winter, she told herself, focusing again on the coffee plan. Measuring out scoops, water, and preparing her cup kept her occupied. But as the dark liquid boiled, she had nothing left to keep her mind from wandering off. The chill returned, and she couldn't help but glance behind her to the front door. It stood there innocently enough, just like always. The deadbolt was still in place, and she could see nothing amiss with it. Turning back to her coffee, she did her best to forget about the feeling. With the cup in hand, she started back towards her bedroom. As she walked by the front door, she decided that a quick glance out of the peephole would calm her restless mind. The chill worsened with each step she took towards the door and further away from the safety and warmth of her blankets. She pressed her empty hand against the cold metal door and took a deep breath before leading her eye to the peephole. This sounds familiar. I might have read this one before. At first she could only see an inky blackness and somehow seemed to swirl it in itself. When she blinked in surprise, the void melted away. She wished it hadn't. In its place, there stood what she could only guess was once a man. The limbs were long and inhumanly awkward, with bulky joints branching off into several arms. Not unlike the branches of a tree. The creature was draped in a black suit, somehow making the thing more nightmarish to her. The icing on the proverbial cake, however, the icing on the proverbial cake, however, was what passed as the hellish thing's face. It was as though her mind blurred the ghastly visage to spare itself further shock and horror. She shoved herself away from the door, with the hand still pressed against it. The scalding mug of coffee fell, the liquid burning her bare legs as she fell backwards and tried to crawl away from the door. She knew somehow that her mind hadn't been playing tricks on her. As she crab walked away from the door, she watched as tendrils as black as the void she first saw snake around through the cracks. The girl was trapped between the instinct to flee and the gut feeling not to turn her back on the door. When the door jolted, the urge to flee overcame her, and she slipped in the burning liquid as she tried to make it back to her room. She knew deep down that she was trapping herself in a corner, but she had to get away from the door. The girl was halfway down the hallway when she heard the previously locked door creak open. She screamed and slipped into the wall, cracking her chin on it and stunning her. After that, there was only blackness, and then there's some ampersand. Or no, not ampersands. What's it? Like the pound key, I guess? Anyway, Nicole, it says in quotes, a warm male voice snapped the woman out of her trance. As she turned, she was met by one of her sister's doctors. She 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 nodded, not sure if she should say anything, or if she could find her voice, or even if she could find her voice if she did have anything to say. That morning, she had gotten an urgent phone call from the hospital saying that her sister Lindsay was there. Before they had even let her see her, the doctor had pulled her off to the side and instead insisted that they talk about what might have happened. Phrases like self-inflicted and assault have been thrown around, and Nicole felt her mind reel. She hadn't fully understood what they might have been saying until she saw Lindsay with her own eyes. Her little sister had a bandage wrapped around her head, covering both her ears as well as her eyes. She said it was to keep her now deadened eyes from drying out, and they tried to keep the infection out of the wounds. Lindsay had to make what? They said it was to keep her deadened eyes from drying out and to try to keep infection out of the wounds Lindsay had made to her ears. Okay. The doctors had guessed that either she or someone else had jammed a pencil into them. Holy shit. To keep her off balance or to deafen herself against something. There was a mix of first and second degree burns on her hands, legs, and feet. From what was assumed to be the coffee her neighbors had found spilled all over the entry of her apartment. As Nicole walked into her sister's hospital room the first time, she thought she had spied the silhouette of a man in the window. That, she knew, was impossible. Her sister's room was on the third story of the hospital. The end. That's it. That was awful. That was not a well-written story. At least it wasn't too long. Ben Drown was really long. Goodness. Alright, so let's do Eyeless Jack. I want to do Eyeless Jack. Twisted by, there we go. Yay. Do any of you know Baptism on Fire? Like the YouTuber. He used to make these like Ask Jeff and Jack videos, and I watched the shit out of those as a kid. They are very much not appropriate for children. They are very much not, but that didn't stop me from watching them anyway. And they're funny. But man, I just got reminded of those. Those are really nostalgic for me. Alright, well, we're almost done. So we have 2 more that I was planning to read. And then and then I want to end on my own attempt at a horror story from like 5 years ago, because I think it'll be funny. Relive my cringe. Oh wait, that's the wrong tab. Okay, Eyeless Jack. Hello, my name is Mitch. I'm here to tell you guys about an experience I had. I don't know if it was paranormal or whatever stupid words people use to describe supernatural phenomena, but after that thing visited me, I believe in that paranormal trash now. Strong opener. A week after I moved in with my brother, Edwin, who made the mimic, it was difficult to put the pieces together. Don't mind me. Brother Edwin, after my house was foreclosed, I finished unpacking. Edwin liked the idea of me moving in, since we had not seen each other for 10 years, so I was excited too. I soon fell asleep after I moved in. After that first week, I heard rustling noises coming from outside at about 1 in the morning. I thought it was a raccoon, so I ignored it and tried to fall back asleep. The next morning I told Edwin about it, and he agreed. The next night, however, I thought I heard my window opening in a loud thump. as if something entered my room. I darted up and looked around my room, but I saw nothing. The next morning, Edwin dropped his coffee cup when he saw me. He held up a nearby mirror and I saw myself. I had a large gash on my left cheek. Oh no! After I was rushed to the hospital, the doctor told me that it must have been sleepwalking. I must have been sleepwalking. Then he showed me something that made my blood turn cold. He lifted up my shirt to reveal a sewn-up incision where my kidneys were. I stared into his eyes, mine widening. You somehow lost your left kidney last night. What a fucking doctor. What a way to put that. My God. My doctor told me. We don't know how though. Sorry, Mitch. Definitely normal thing for a doctor to say. We don't know what the fuck happened. You just happened to lose an organ. Sorry. The next night was my breaking point. Around midnight, I woke up to see a truly horrifying sight. I was staring face to face with a creature with a black hoodie and a dark blue mask with no nose or mouth staring down at me. The thing that scared me the most was that it had no eyes. Just empty black sockets. The creature also had some black substance dripping from its sockets. I grabbed a camera from the nearby mantle and took a picture. Immediately after taking the shot, the creature lunged at me and tried to claw open my chest to get to my lungs. I stopped it by kicking it in the face. As I ran out of my room, I grabbed my wallet. I would need the money. I ran out of my brother's house into the woods. I eventually ended up in the woods near Edwin's house and tripped on a rock. I fell unconscious and woke up in the hospital. My doctor, the same one who treated me before, entered the room. I've got good news and bad news, Mitch. My doctor started. The good news is that you have minor injuries and your parents are going to pick you up. I sighed in relief. Bad news is that your brother has been killed by some thing. Sorry. Again, what a fucking doctor. What a way to drop that on someone, dude. Like, oh yeah, by the way, your brother fucking died. My parents took me back to Edwin's house to collect my remaining belongings, which I did. Upon entering my room, I was scared, but remained calm. I grabbed my camera and then stopped dead in my tracks. In the hallway leading to my room, I saw Edwin's body, and something small lying next to it. I retrieved it and entered my parents' car, not mentioning Edwin's corpse. I looked at the thing I picked up and nearly vomited. I was holding my stolen half-eaten kidney with some black substance on it. And that's the end of that one. This one is, oh man, it's so short and so terrible. So badly written, it's funny as hell. Alright, last one for now. The original Sonic.exe. Ooh. Like, the Sonic.exe game scared the shit out of me when I was little. I remember watching Markiplier play it, and it was so scary. It freaked me the fuck out. Just the sound effects of him laughing were so creepy. On the top of the page for the story, it says, "Warning, this is scary." Uh-huh. That it is. Okay. I'm a total Sonic the Hedgehog fan, much like everyone else. I never liked the newer games, but I don't mind playing the classics. I don't think I've ever played glitchy or hacked games before, though I don't think I want to play any after the experience I had. It started on a nice summer afternoon. I was playing Sonic Unleashed. I liked how you got to explore the towns in it, until I noticed out of my peripheral vision that the mailman had arrived and put something in my mailbox as usual and left. I paused my game to go see what I got in the mail. The only thing in the mail was a CD case for computers and a note. I took a look inside. I looked at the note first and realized it was from my dear friend Kyle, let's just call him that, whom I hadn't heard from in 2 weeks. I know that because I recognized his handwriting, although it was weird as how it looked. It looked badly written and scratchy and somewhat difficult to read, as if Kyle was having a hard time writing it down and did it in a hurry. This is what he wrote. Tom, I can't take it anymore. I had to get rid of this thing before it was too late, and I was hoping you'd do it for me. I can't do it. He's after me, and if you don't destroy the CD, he'll come after you too. He's too fast for me. He's too fast for me. Wow. Please, Tom, destroy this godforsaken disc before he comes after you too. It's too late for me. Destroy the disc, and you'll destroy him. But do it quick, otherwise he'll catch you. Don't even play the game. It's what he wants. Just destroy it. Please. Kyle. Well, that was certainly weird. He's too fast. Fucking Sonic is too fast. You can't escape him. He's too fast. He's too fast. You'll never outrun him. Well, that was certainly weird. Even though Kyle is my best friend, and I haven't seen him in 2 weeks, I didn't do what he asked me. Gotta go fast. Yep, exactly. Gotta go fast. He's too fast for me. It's so funny. It's so stupid. I love these old stories. They're so bad. They're so bad, but they're so good. Where was I? Yeah, I didn't think a simple gaming disc would do anything bad to him. After all, it's just a game, right? Boy, was I wrong about that. Anyway, how it's written is fucking caps. I looked at the disc. It looks like any. It looks like any ordinary computer CD-R disc, except it had black marker on it written Sonic.exe, which is in all caps. And it was much unlike Kyle's handwriting, meaning he must have gotten it from someone else, like a pawn shop or eBay. When I saw Sonic on the handwriting on the CD, I was actually excited and wanted to play it, since I'm a big fan, a big Sonic fan. There's a typo. I went up to my room and turned on my computer and put the disc in and installed the game. When the title screen popped up, I noticed that it was the first Sonic game, and I was like, awesome! Because like I said earlier, I liked the classics. But the first thing I noticed was out of place, was when I pressed start. There was a split second when I saw the title image turn into something much different. Something that I now consider horrifying, before cutting back to black. I remember what the image looked like in the split second before the game cut to black. The sky had darkened, the rusted and ruined. The Sega 1991 was now Sega 666. Gasp! And the water had turned red, like blood, except it looked hyper-realistic. But the freakiest thing was that in the split-second frame was Sonic. His eyes were pitch black and bleeding with two glowing dots staring right at me. And his smile had stretched wider up to the edges of his face. I was rather disturbed about the image when I saw it, so I figured that it was just a glitch and forgot about it. After it cut back, it stayed like that for about 10 seconds or so, and then another weird thing happened. The save file select from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 popped up, and I was like, WTF, what's this doing in the first Sonic game? Anyway, then I noticed something off. The background was dark, cloudy sky of the Bad Stardust Speedway. Okay. The overuse of hyper-realistic blood in some of these old creepypastas is always funny to me. Yeah, agreed. They try so hard to be, like, spooky and edgy. You gotta know that the blood is hyper-realistic. It's very important to the spooky factor. The Bad Stardust Speedway level from Sonic CD. and there were only 3 save files. The music was that creepy Caverns of Winter music from Earthbound, only it was extended and seemed to have been in reverse. And the image for the save file where you preview of the level you're on was just red static for all 3 files. What freaked me out more was the character select. It showed only Tails, Knuckles, and to my surprise, Dr. Robotnik. Now I was sure that something was up. I mean, how can you play as Robotnik loud? That's when I realized this wasn't a glitchy game. It was a hacked game. Yeah, it definitely looked hacked. It was really creepy. But as a smart gamer, I wasn't scared. Or at least I tried not to be. I told myself that it was just a hacked game. There's nothing wrong with that. Anyways, shaking off the creeped out feeling, I picked file 1 and chose Tails. And when I selected and got started. Okay. The game froze for about 5 seconds, and I heard a creepy, pixelated laugh that sounded like an awful lot like Kefka guy from Final Fantasy before cutting to black. The screen stayed black for about 10 seconds more, and then it showed the typical level title thing, except the simplistic shapes were different shades of red, and the text showed only Hill, Act 1. The screen faded in, and the level title vanished, revealing Tails in the Green Hill Zone from Sonic 1. The music was different, though. It sounded like a peaceful melody in reverse. Anyway, I started playing and had Tails start running like you would in any of the classic Sonic games. What was odd was that Tails was running along the level. There was nothing but flat ground and a few trees for 5 minutes. Then there was the peaceful music. That was when the peaceful music started to lower down into slow, deep tones, very slowly as I kept going. I suddenly saw something and stopped to see what it was. It was one of those small animals lying dead on the ground bleeding. That was when the music started to slow down. Tails had a shocked and saddened look on his face that I never saw him have before, so I had him keep moving along. And he kept that worried look on his face. He kept moving. I saw more dead animals as Tails moved past them, looking more and more worried as the music lowers and he moves past dead animals. I was shocked to see how they all died. They all looked like someone killed them in rather gruesome ways. A squirrel was hanged on a tree with what appeared to be his entrails hanging out. Okay, I'm gonna skip this little section. I'm gonna skip that sentence, because animal harm is especially sad for me. I feel sick to my stomach when I saw the massacre, and apparently so did Tails. After a few more seconds, there were no more animals, and the music seemed to have stopped. I still kept Tails to continue. After a few minutes passed, after the music stopped, Tails was running up a hill and then stopped. It wasn't until I saw why. Sonic was there on the side of the screen with his back against Tails with his eyes closed. Tails looked happy to see Sonic, but then his smile faltered, obviously noticing that Sonic wasn't responding to him, if not acting as if he was totally oblivious to Tails' presence. Tails only walked slowly towards Sonic, and I noticed that I wasn't even moving my keyboard to make him move, so this had to have been a cutscene. Suddenly I began to have a growing feeling of dread as Tails walked closer to Sonic to get his attention. I felt that Tails was in danger and something bad was going to happen. I heard faint static growing louder as Tails was inches away from Sonic and stopped and stuck his hand out to touch him. That foreboding feeling in my gut was going stronger, and I felt the urge to tell Tails to get away from Sonic as the static grew louder. Suddenly, in a split second, I saw Sonic's eyes open, and they were black, with those red glowing dots, just like the title image. I thought though there wasn't a smile. It says thought, but I know they meant though. No, there wasn't a smile. When that happened, the screen turned black and static sound was off. It stayed black for about 7 seconds, and then white text appeared, forming a message saying, "Hello, do you want to play with me?" At this point, I was creeped out. I didn't want to continue the game, but the curiosity got the better of me. When I was taken to a different level, with the level telling us... Excuse me. Fucking yawns. But the title now saying hide and seek. This time I was the Angel Island level. It was This time I was in the Angel Island level from Sonic 3, and it looked like everything was on fire. Tails looked as though he was scared out of his wits this time. He actually looked at me and made frantic gestures to me, as if he wanted to get out of the area he was in as fast as possible. I was starting to get freaked out by this. I mean, Tails was actually breaking the fourth wall, trying to tell me to get him out of there. So I pressed down on the arrow keys as hard as I could to make him run as fast as he could. A pixelated version of that creepy theme when you meet Shadow at the ARK as Robotnik from CA2. Or no, SA2. I'm not a Sonic fan, I don't know these letters. Was playing as I made Tails trek through the desolate forest, trying to help him escape from whatever he was trying to run from. Suddenly I heard that creepy laugh again, that awful Kefka laugh. Right after 10 seconds have passed as I helped Tails through the forest, and then I started seeing flashes of Sonic popping up everywhere on the screen, again with those black and red eyes. The music changed to that of suspenseful droning jingle as I see Sonic behind Tails slowly gaining on him, flying. Sonic wasn't running, he was actually flying. The flying pose his sprite was making looked very similar to Metal Sonic's flying pose from Sonic CD, except it was just Sonic. And he had black and red eyes again. Only this time, he had the most deranged looking grin on his face. He looked as though he was enjoying the torment he was giving the poor little fox as he gained on him. Up on him. Suddenly when Tails tripped, another cutscene. The music stopped and Sonic vanished. Tails laid there crying for 15 seconds. They really gotta let you know how many seconds all this was. The scene was rather upsetting to watch, and I kind of teared up myself. But then Sonic appeared right in front of Tails, and Tails looked up in horror. Blood started to come down those blackened eyes and Sonic's as a grin slowly grew from his face as he looked down at the horrified fox. I could do nothing but watch. Just in a split second, Sonic lunged at Tails right before the screen went black. There was a loud screeching noise that only lasted 5 seconds. A text returned, only this time it said, "You're too slow. Wanna try again?" And then that god-awful laugh came with it. I was so shocked by what had happened. Did Sonic murder Tails? No, he couldn't have. He and Tails are supposed to be best friends, right? Why did Sonic do that to him? I shook the shock off as I was brought back to the character select. The save file that I had Tails was different. Tails was no longer in the box itself, but in the TV screen itself. Which was flickering with red static. Tails' expression scared me. His eyes were black and bleeding. His orange fur had gone black, and he had an expression of anguish on his face. Trying to ignore it, I picked Knuckles next. The laugh came again, and the screen cut to black and stayed there for another 10 seconds. This time the level said, "You can't run." I was really freaked out now. I couldn't really tell if this was a glitch, or a hack, or some kind of sick, twisted joke. Or anything, really. But despite my fear of what happened next, I kept playing. The next level looked much different. It had the ground of the Scrap Brain Zone, but the sky background looked like the main menu. It had a dark, reddish, cloudy sky, but it was the music that creeped me out the most. It sounded like Bsky's theme, right after you beat Pokey in Earthbound. I also don't know shit about Earthbound, so sorry. I also noticed that Knuckles' Knuckles looked afraid, just like Tails did, though not as much. More rather, he looked a little unnerved. He broke the fourth wall just like Tails, and looked as if he wasn't sure about going on. Wasn't sure about going on, yeah, that's what it says. But I made him move anyway. He ran down the straight pathway in this dark level, and as he did, the screen turned to started to flicker red static, and a couple of times, and then that maddening laugh came again. Then after a few seconds of running, I noticed several bloodstains on the metallic ground. I felt a growing sense of fear again, thinking something horrible's going to happen to Knuckles. He looked nauseated walking down this blood-stained road, but I still kept him going. Suddenly, as Knuckles ran, Sonic appeared right in front of him with those black and red eyes, and the red static appeared again. When the static vanished, showing only a black screen with the text saying, "Found you," I was now scared. Sonic found Knuckles already? What was going on? Anyway, red static came again, and then I was back to the level. Knuckles looked like he was panicking, and Sonic was nowhere to be found. And this time, that high-pitched squealing from the Silent Hills 1's final boss was playing. Was this some kind of boss battle with Sonic? I hoped to God it wasn't, honestly. Suddenly, Sonic appeared behind Knuckles in what appeared to be a pixelated black smoke. I made Knuckles turn and then punch Sonic, but Sonic vanished in black pixelated... I lost my spot. Wow. Hold on. Black pixelated smoke before I could even land a hit. That terrible laugh went off again. Then Sonic appeared behind Knuckles, and then I made him punch again, and Sonic vanished, laughing again. Knuckles was panicking even more, and even I felt like I was going crazy. Sonic was practically playing with us. He was playing a sick, twisted little mind game with me and Knuckles. Another cutscene played out as Knuckles fell to his knees and clutched his head, sobbing. I felt his agony. Sonic was actually driving us both crazy. And then in a split second, Sonic lunged at Knuckles, and the screen went black with another distorted screeching sound that lasted for at least 3 seconds. Another text message appeared. So many souls to play with, so little time. Would you agree? What the hell? Just what is going on? I started to think Sonic was actually trying to talk to me through the game, but I was too scared to think that. Okay. I was brought back to the main menu, and this time, the second file box had Knuckles in it in the TV screen. His red fur had darkened to a reddish gray. His dreadlocks were dripping with blood, and his eyes were black and bleeding too, and he had a look of sadness on his face. I began to think that those were actual characters trapped in those TV screens on the save files, but I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. So I shut off the game and took a break. I took a nap. I wish I hadn't, because then I began to have the most disturbing nightmare. I was in a pitch-black darkness. I thought I was under the light given off by a lamp that hung high above. I could hear the cries of Knuckles and Tails nearby. They were saying stuff like, "Help us," and "Why did you give us to him?" and "Run away before he gets you too." Their cries died out as I then heard Sonic laugh. His laugh. It sounded a lot like the distorted Kefka laugh. "You're a lot of fun to play with, kid, just like your friend Kyle," though he didn't last long. I was scared and looking around for the source of the voice. It won't be long now until you join him and all my other friends. I saw him walking towards me, flickering in and out in several directions. "Can't run, kid. You're in my world now, just like the others." When he grabbed me and I saw his bleeding black red-eyed grinning face, I woke up with a fright. After a couple of hours, I decided to continue playing the game. I don't know why, but I had to know. I had to figure out what was happening. So I turned on the computer, turned on the game, and selected Robotnik next. I still thought that was wacky, playing as Robotnik, but apparently the level title appeared again, and this time it said ... which I found really freaky. Oh, what happened? Oh. I think I clicked the back button on accident, because this... Oh, goodness. Give me the story back, come on. Okay, 1 second while my slow-ass internet loads the story again. A second. How you guys doing? My voice is definitely starting to hurt, but it's okay. I'll have some water. I'll drink some water. Okay, water achieved. And we're back. Okay, we find my spot. Lying, yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're back. This time I was in some kind of hallway. Didn't really look like it was from any of the classic Sonic games, though it had the pixelated style. The floor was shiny and checkered, and the walls were dark grayish purple, with animated candle lights. Yeah. And a few dark bloodstains here and there. And there was dark red curtain hanging above the top part of the screen. Every 12 seconds or so, that red curtain sways very slowly, but whenever you're playing the game, you barely notice it move. The music was oddly pleasant, a piano playing a rather sad yet peaceful song, but I knew better. This was the song that played in the Hill Act 1, only it wasn't in reverse. Robotnik didn't look entirely nervous like Tails or Sonic did, but he did have a suspicious look on his face, as if he was just a bit paranoid. He did a little animation when you left him standing. He did a little animation when I just left him standing. He turned his head to the left and then to the right, at least twice, and then shrugs at me, as if he had no idea where he was or what was going on. Even though I was scared out of my mind about what was going to happen, I had Robotnik continue onward. He did his usual running animation, you know, when you've beaten him in the end of a classic Sonic game and you chase him, as we continued through the hallway. Then I stopped at a long flight of stairs leading downward. Now I was nervous. Even Robotnik seemed unsure of himself, though I pressed onward. As I led Robotnik down the stairs, I tried to go back with As I led Robotnik down the stairs, I've tried to go back with Robotnik, but he always fell on the stairs. I noticed that the walls had gotten darker and more reddish. The red torches are now an eerie blue. Then we landed onto another hallway. This one was longer than the last one, or at least it felt like it, and then we headed down another flight of stairs. This one was much longer. It took at least a full minute. And then I heard the horrifying Kefka laugh again, and then the music slowly faded until it was quiet. As it did, the walls turned more dark red and the torches were black flame now. When Robotnik landed onto the third hallway, I noticed he now looked really creeped out. Though he tried to hide it, I couldn't blame him. I was scared too. Suddenly Sonic popped right in front of Robotnik, the same way he did Knuckles in the red static. The red static lasted for about 15 seconds, and then showed me a most unpleasant image. The image showed a hyper-realistic of Sonic standing in the darkness, where you can only see his face while his head and torso faded to black. And when I say hyper-realistic, I mean he looked so real you could actually see the lines in his blue fur. As if you could actually feel the fur if you touched the screen. His face, oh god, he had the most horrifying smile I had ever seen. And that's saying something considering I saw that image at the start of the game. His eyes were wide and black and once again crying blood, which also looked hyper-realistic. Definitely need to point that out again. And there were two small glowing red dots in those black eyes staring right at me, as if staring into my mind. His grin was wide and demonic. It literally stretched to the sides of his face like a Cheshire cat, except Sonic had fangs. Very sharp fangs, much like a werehog's teeth. The werehog teeth, except more vicious looking, somewhat yellowish, and from the look of it, he had stains of blood and small bits of flesh on his lips and fangs, as if he ate some animal. I stared. I stood. I I stared at the gruesome image for a good 30 seconds, never taking my eyes off of it. I felt as if he was actually looking at me, smiling at me. That face. It took another 10 seconds for it to etch itself into my brain for good. Then the screen flickered, with red static again 3 times, and on the 3rd time I heard the Kefka laugh again. Except this time it sounded distorted, demonic even. I went back to the image again, except this time there was text again, though it was messed up, but it was pretty much one of the most horrifying things I looked at since I had this game. I am God. The iconic quote. Whoa, Pog in chat. It was when I read that message that Sonic, God, I'm so sorry, I'm fading. I've been doing this for a while now. It was when I read that message while looking at Sonic, when it hit me. I realized right then and there. Then it stopped and showed me nothing but screen. I sat there staring at the black screen. One last text came up. Ready for round 2, Tom? The Kefka laugh, now sounding more clear as if Sonic was right behind me. Played 3 times again, but played again 3 times as I looked around. As I looked at that text in shock and confusion. Then I got booted back to the main menu, and this time the 3rd save file had the TV image of Robotnik in the same tormented state as Tails and Knuckles. Yeah. Robotnik's skin turned a dull gray, his mustache drooped and had blackened, his glasses broke, and blood coming from them, and he had a mere dead-like expression on his face. I looked at Tails, Knuckles, and Robotnik and cried a bit. I pitied them for their agony they're going through. They were forever trapped in this game, forever tormented with that horrid hedgehog. Always will be. Sonic. The hedgehog. Sonic, no! The red static popped up once again, and quickly an image of Sonic and Tails in some moving hellfire. What? Yeah. In the sky being red, Sonic and the sun in his center enlightening him, and he also had 2 white angel wings, and he was carrying Tails trapped in the torment nexus. I don't know what that means, but yes, everyone is tormented. And he was carrying Tails away by his red shoes, and Tails screaming for help. The face on this image was evident. Okay. And below right were the big letters of Game Over. Also a reversed, creepy, relaxing piano melody was playing while the image was still being shown. This Sonic was a monster. A pure evil, sadistic, all-power, nightmarish, demented monster. And all of his victims, including Tails, Knuckles, and Robotnik, and possibly Kyle, are just his little toys. And the game is the very gateway into his chaotic, nightmarish world, and the very hell his victims are trapped in. Quick red static popped up once again, and a message in Japanese, white small letters, showed up, which translated to, "There is a way to release ourselves, a spell to obtain our souls once more, but when we speak it, no sound, we are all deaf, so failure is inevitable, and I regret ever entering my internal bet with the devil inside of me. Immortality versus soul snatching. Gary Cook versus Jake Shanley. Ambition is overrated." The background of the text was red and black art, and while this image and text was being shown, a chanting of Muslims can be heard? Okay. Now it quicks to... That's what it says. Now it quicks to Sonic, which you can play while a bit of static is shown, so you can move and play as Sonic in some static world, and then I move forward and see a mutilated body in a stick with white big text letters stating, "You had a chance to comply. Now you've come too far." As I walk away from that, there is a mechanical metal grabber slash claw grabbing a small but mutilated body with red dripping off, and I keep walking. I see another one while this huge block of text. I'm struggling to read this. I see another while a skeleton face pops up, but Sonic gameplay isn't being seen. And then the skeleton face disappearing. Also, in this unknown level, music is somewhat soothing and also creepy. As creepy also. Like metal being scratched combined with some whistling and more. How would I explain it? In the second claw, I see looking the same as the earlier one. The text next to it with the big white letters is shown stating, and you hear them, there, ... and then stating pop-ups, while a black and white face make creepy link quality pop-ups. Close to him, and then disappearing in the face of the skeleton face did. What is happening? I'm so confused. The way this is written is really bad. Oh my god, where am I? And I keep walking, and the text I see continues stating, and you hear them, they're trying to tell you something. Then a female scream is heard, with the face of a woman in black and white quickly appearing and leaving. Her eyes were pretty and cute, though despite being all her face in black and white. Okay. Then I continue walking, and a skeleton face does the same thing again, and the same scream is heard once again. And I see another mutilated body on a stick. Whoa. Looks like a sword made of flesh and hearts. Then I walk and see another one of those sticks from another grabber with the text next to it stating, "Oh, playing with them was such fun. Almost as fun as you, Tom." And then I walk reading this text. I see lots of grabbers around the text, and then I kept walking and seeing another grabber with the text. There was Gary and Jake and Kyle and Alice and so many, many more. I kept walking with now that overwhelming sense of dread, feeling once again after reading that, and then I remain walking and see another stick with the text, "It's time your soul joined theirs, Tom." Then a pink-black swirl optical illusion replaces having the static I was walking through. That's the wrong through. They wrote through as in throwing something and whatever. And with a reverberated telephonic sound. And then 3 grabbers are shown after the text. And then I keep walking in the optical illusion with the path glowing. The path below it as static, and then I see the words in my path that I was walking stating "obey" multiple times, and then I see the word as I kept, and then again stated 2 times, these words being together, while a woman starts screaming again, and then the status data for everything. What the fuck is happening? I rings my time, everything slowly fades, and then as I kept walking, I see 2 final grabbers, one small holding a body with blood dripping from it, and one big holding a big body with blood dripping from it. Then my gameplay of me who was walking and my path fades. Then suddenly, an actual split second I screamed. As Sonic lunged from the screen, screeching loudly with his mouth wide, open to an unnatural length. In that face, his teeth were demonic and blood red, and red blood was dripping from his mouth. In that length, it revealed nothing but literal spiraling abyss of pure darkness before the red static came again. This time much louder and distorted, so loud that it hurt my ears. I yelled and grabbed my ears as the red static screeched for a good 7 seconds. Then a Satan-like image of Sonic with his red eyes and mouth and red horns popped up, while the background of the image was the moving static, and then the woman screamed again. Then cuts to a Japanese text stating a final message, which translates to be honest, 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 and it keeps going like that for a while. And then another one pops stating in English, I was killed, massacred, and angry. I killed until all my strength was gone. And yet they die with only amusement for the devil who rose to torture me. What? The background for both texts were red and black this time, with also the moving static. Then the computer shut itself off. I couldn't turn it back on no matter what I did. I sat there for maybe 25 seconds, horrified by what just happened. Much longer? Okay, not much longer. Jesus. Sonic is a very embodiment of evil. He tortures people who plays his games in more ways than one, and then when he gets bored, he drags you into his game, literally drags you to hell, where he can play with you always as his toy. I can't get the game out of my computer. I think it's stuck in there, but at least I managed to turn it back on now. After I sat there for 25 seconds, I heard a voice right behind me like a whisper. Try to keep this interesting for me, Tom. I turned around to see where the voice came from, and then what I saw made me scream. Sitting on the bed, staring right at me, was a Sonic plushie, smiling with blood stains under its eyes. I then regret and realized Kyle had discovered this seemingly corrupted game, and I had been subjected to its horrors. Kyle had obtained the haunted Sonic.exe CD through the Cult of X. This cult, dedicated to spreading the entity's influence, is responsible for distributing copies of the game. Kyle found this disc and experienced its terrifying events. Hold on. Is that part of the story? Because this is on like a wiki page. Anyway, I'll just leave it there. That was Sonic.exe. Holy shit, that was so long. Pick up my evil Sonic plushie before throwing it at you. Not the evil Sonic plushie, no. I think Ben Drowned was more bearable to get through than this one. This one sucked. I wonder how many times the author wrote the word seconds. Hold on, wait. Seconds. 17 times. That's a lot of times. Okay. So that is all of the creepypastas. Now it is time for Play Smiley, which is a story I wrote in 2020. It is a shitty attempt at horror. Yeah, Sonic.exe is a slog to get through. That was. I was like losing my spot and not. I don't know what the fuck I was reading half the time. I'm gonna add that because it's funny. So yeah, this is a whole 10 pages. How many words? Word count? 4,000 words. Oh my god, okay. I've only briefly skimmed this. I haven't read it in full in years. I just remember it being not good and I wanted to change the ending. And I remember being like disappointed that it went really fast. This is Place Smiley. Chapter 1, because there's chapters. The drive through the country was quiet. Other than the occasional chatter, the only audible sound was the white noise of the car driving steadily along the road. Hold on, this again. Teeny tiny font size. No. Alexis looked out the window to her right and admired the beautiful September afternoon. The clouds were enormous, the grass overgrown. There were occasional trees or white fence posts. Overall, a mystical sight that Alexis and Claire had never really seen before. They were moving to the country, starting a new life. Claire had always wanted to live in a country house, and Alexis wasn't opposed to the idea, and it became a reality. So, they took a 2-day trip from Denver to Sorrento. Out in the middle of nowhere in Central Florida. Gee whiz. the, the self-insertness is showing. The only thing that bothered Alexis about where they were going to live was that nothing was nearby. We could make it a trip, Claire had said, whenever we needed to go shopping. I guess, but the nearest Publix is like an hour away. Aren't there shops in town, though? Alexis debated. Well, Sherry City is small, but I guess there's gotta be something. We'll see when we get there. The trip itself was tiring and boring. Nothing to do other than listen to music or talk, and it was a bore after a while. What do you think our neighbors will be like? Alexis said out of the blue. She looked to Claire to her left, who was in the driver's seat. I'm not sure, but I hope that... Wait. I hope that they're nice. It'll be a very boring experience if none of them are worth talking to. Jesus. What's it? Sherry. Sherry, it's spelled... Hold on. How did I write? It's spelled S-H-E-R-I. Sherry City. I made that shit up. I don't know of a Sherry City. Neighbors. Yeah. Claire said in a cheerful voice as she brushed her short red hair out of her eyes. I do have art of these characters, by the way. They do have designs. I just couldn't be bothered to grab them to show them. They're not very good either, so it's probably for the best. Alexis looked down. Okay. It says I reconnected. Are we good? Goodness. What? Are we still going? Okay, it looks like it's probably good. I think it's fine. No one's saying anything, so I can't verify that either way. Are we back? Oh my god, please. Please. Can you at least hear me? There we go. Chat's fixed. That sucked. That was terrible. You said we kinda good. So, that's better than not at all. I just want to read this story. I just want to finish this last one, please. Please, internet gods, please. Oh my god. Oh, the stream delay is bad? Okay, good. Okay. I'm gonna keep going. I don't remember where I was. The paint on the letters were faded, but still looked welcoming enough. Cherry City, huh? Doesn't look too much like a city to me, Claire remarked. Alexa stayed silent. Around seemed strange to her. They didn't seem like they were real people. More like they were pretending to be normal people. It felt like she was on a movie set. And these people were the extras. She might as well look to her left and see a camera pointed at her with the director wearing a baseball cap and a denim jacket, sitting in the back seat with the cameraman who looked like he'd rather be doing anything else. Almost a minute delay? Oh no. Okay, you know what? You know what? It's not worth it. I already know what this next paragraph is gonna be, and quite frankly, I don't want to read it. The sheer amount of cringe. I'm good. I'm good. I think this may have been a sign to stop for today. My voice hurts, and the line is fucking up. So you know what? We are gonna end that. End the stream. You're gonna end the stream. Remember to follow me on socials, please. I have social media. I update when I'm gonna stream and such, and other funny things. I always forget to mention that I do that. That I do have socials. They're in the description. So, anyway. Thank you for showing up. This was a bit of a long one. Stream done on account of cringe. Yeah, it's too much. Too much cringe. Or I'm willing to show you in particular the story, but no one else. Everyone else, you're just gonna have to be kept wondering what was gonna happen. You'll never know. You'll never know what happened to those two. It's not very important anyway. You're not really missing much, promise me. You aren't missing the deep cut, like, surprising prowess I have for writing or some shit. You really aren't missing anything. Hold on. Grabbing something. Okay. Anyway, with that being said, we are gonna end stream. So again, thank you for coming. No idea when I'm gonna stream next. Hopefully, I will not have a cough by then. Definitely not next weekend because I have plans. But we'll see. We'll see. If I can, I want to play Slender the Eight Pages before October's over, but I'm not making any promises. But I will let you know, I guess. So, bye. Thanks for coming.